poll with Nikki Haley, right? With that kind of polling kind of makeup.
All right, finally, Josh, President Trump was saying thank you in the beginning. He was talking about his family. He was almost effusively thankful, talking about his late mother-in-law. He seemed emotional. And then he said, we have to come together now. I think he said it a couple of times. And there were no nicknames for DeSantis and Haley. He even complimented them. I think he called them smart or capable, complimented Vivek. Have you heard President Trump sound quite like that? And what do we take away from that tone?
What is this, the new, gentler, softer Donald Trump? We haven't seen much of this, but I think there's a political reason for why he sounded very magnanimous. He wants to unite the Republican Party. He wants to get some of those Haley voters on his side. He wants, this is going to be a tough, whatever the polls show, this is going to be a neck-and-neck race if he's the nominee against Joe Biden. And to win in a hotly contested race means he needs to get the Trump skeptical voters to his side. He needs those Haley voters. And maybe they don't like him that much. Maybe they worry about his style. Well, he's trying to show that he can offer them something. They may agree with him on policy, don't like his tone. Well, that was a different tone, and it's one that suggests that he's trying to actually play smart politics and build the party, maybe even pick a running mate, perhaps, that is more from the traditional wing of the Republican Party.
Washington, D.C. correspondent Jared Halpern and Fox News Radio political analyst Josh Kraushaar, thank you both so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Before your spa treatment.
That's mine. Stop it. Give it back. Leave me alone. Give it to me. You just broke it.
This is your home after your spa. Any questions?
Stop it.
Half price hot tubs. Hot tubs, swim spas, and outdoor furniture at the best prices. See us at halfpricehottubs.com.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A place so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today, and remember, Philly rides with us.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Voters brave frigid temperatures to participate in Iowa's first-in-the-nation caucuses. Officials in Arizona identify the 4 people who died and 1 in critical condition after Sunday's devastating hot air balloon crash. And PennDOT crews ready roadways for overnight snow forecast.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 16th. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The Iowa caucuses wrapping up on Monday night. Former President Trump with a big victory. Fox's Jeff Manasso with more.
Former President Donald Trump smashed the record in Iowa as he secured over 50% of the vote Monday night in a statewide caucus turnout, despite ice-covered roads and sub-zero temperatures.
We're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border.
The border crisis and the economy, top issues for voters here as the campaigns now move on to New Hampshire, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who put together a massive ground game, visiting all 99 counties, an Iowa tradition, and helping him secure the race for second. In Des Moines, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Nikki Haley coming in third. Former President Trump, after the big win in Iowa, headed back to New York for this morning, an appearance in a courtroom for his second court case brought by columnist E. Jean Carroll. Fox's Gernal Scott has more on this.
Carroll has already sued former President Trump and won over damages his denial of sexually assaulting her in a Manhattan department store dressing room in 1995 did to her reputation. Carroll was ordered to be paid $5 million after that trial last year. The trial starting today will not retry that case. New York state law allowed Carroll to file this second suit, which claims the former president defamed her. Since the act of rape was established in the first trial, the Trump legal team cannot offer evidence against it in this trial. The jury will decide if there was defamation and how much money Carroll will get.
And Ukrainian President Zelensky addresses the annual mountaintop meeting of key global players this morning. Fox's Jonathan Savage explains why.
Senior figures like French President Emmanuel Macron and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken are at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. But it's world conflict that's dominating the event. As delegates discuss ways to end the war in Ukraine, Ukraine's president will weigh in with his terms, namely every Russian soldier gone and old borders restored. Ukraine's calling for China to use its influence on Moscow and convince Vladimir Putin to withdraw his troops. President Putin insists all these talks are futile because he's not being consulted. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every time I see you on TV, man, I got to say, you got this Sonny Corleone hair going and it looks great, man.
Thank you. Luckily, I don't have Sonny's temper all the time. And unlike Sonny Corleone, I have Easy Pass. Thank you for getting that, guys. I appreciate that.
What a reference.
Sonny Corleone at Easy Pass, he'd be alive today, damn it.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We like to think of Philo as the future of television, a future where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens, a future without long contracts or constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their price go up in over 5 years. A future without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Hopefully you'll never have to call because in our version of the TV future, everything just works. With more than 70 channels, plus thousands of hours of content on demand, there's something for everyone to love. So why wait to experience the future of television? Signing up for a free trial takes seconds. Just head over to philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at help nokidhungry.org.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets open for the shortened trading week later this morning. They were closed Monday for the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. The Dow finished down Friday, losing 118 to close at 37,825. That after hitting an all-time intraday high. The Nasdaq and S&P 500 will each up a couple of points. The World Economic Forum, featuring political and economic leaders from around the world, begins in full today in Switzerland. And Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and PNC Financial Services are due to file financial results today. Meanwhile, the rich got richer during the pandemic.
The 5 wealthiest people in the world saw their net worth rise by $869 billion from $405 billion between 2020 and 2023, according to Oxfam.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. That list includes Tesla's Elon Musk and Amazon's Jeff Bezos. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's day 102 of the war in Gaza, and pressure mounts for Israel to scale back the fight against Hamas.
It's clear that the conflict will move and needs to move to a lower intensity phase.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who just spent a week in the region trying to find a diplomatic solution as Israel defends itself at the UN's International Court of Justice, where South Africa filed suit accusing Israel of committing genocide in Gaza, where more than 24,000 Palestinians have been killed and nearly 2 million civilians displaced. Israeli attorney Gilad Noam argued before the judges.
If every resort to force in self-defense against an enemy hiding behind civilians can be portrayed as genocide and trigger provisional measures, an inevitable tension will be created.
The war has evolved since Hamas's terror attack that killed 1,200 Israelis in October triggered it.
Israeli forces have largely wrapped up their operations in the northern part of the Gaza Strip.
Trey Yingst is a Fox News foreign correspondent in Tel Aviv and has had a front row seat to the war.
And so today the operations are focused on clearing the central camps where there are still many civilians, and then the more complex arena in the south of Gaza that includes the cities of Khan Yunis and Rafah. Now, at the beginning of this war, Israeli forces did leaflet drops, phone calls, and text messages urging the more than 2 million Palestinians living inside Gaza to head to the southern part of the Strip. The challenging part now is that you now have Hamas leaders that are hiding there in the tunnel network beneath Gaza. They are holding some of the 130 hostages that are estimated to still be held by the organization. And the Israeli forces are being urged by the international community, including their key ally, the United States, to enter into a new, more targeted phase of this conflict.
But how do they do that? And how can they get to these Hamas leaders and fighters with the civilians, with the hostages in place? We've had 100+ days of war, and Hamas still has probably a majority of its fighters still there.
The battlefield for the Israelis is more challenging each and every day. We have gone into Gaza 3 separate times with the Israeli military, and each embed has been different, but we have seen the close quarters fighting that they are conducting against Hamas, the gun battles, and the urban environment that they are facing. The tunnel network is really the most challenging for Israeli forces as they try to figure out how to operate in the days ahead. Israeli intelligence, according to reports, indicates Yahya Sinwar and Mohammed Def, the 2 top leaders of Hamas inside Gaza, are hiding among the hostages. And so the Israelis can't simply use their air force to bomb these bunkers underground, and they can't conduct any sort of raid that would risk the lives of the hostages. And it does raise the question, will ultimately, if they want the hostages out alive, will they be forced to the negotiating table in some capacity? Israel and Hamas have not been able to come up with a firm understanding about what a ceasefire would look like that could either temporarily pause the fighting or end the conflict altogether.
You know, you mentioned the hostages that are still there. Of the 130 or so, Israel has already said that more than 20 of them are dead, but they're still in Hamas custody. On Sunday, Hamas put out a video showing 3 hostages, and apparently 2 of them are dead now. Is that correct?
The video actually shows the bodies of these 2 Israelis who in a previous video were shown alive, calling on the government of Israel to end the war and to stop the bombardment of Gaza. Now, this is used by Hamas as a propaganda technique, as a parallel information and psychological war against Israel. And these videos are incredibly difficult for the population to consume here. When you watch Israeli media, all of the national channels are on this story 24/7. They are following the developments each and every hour. And so when this video was released and there was proof that these individuals were alive, we're talking about one man who was 53 years old and another who was 38, it gave the public hope yet again. And then Hamas releasing another video taking away that hope. And that is part of this conflict, trying to put pressure on the Israeli government to end the war. And the initial video saying your government is lying to you. They want the Israeli public to turn against the leadership and to end the air and ground campaign against Gaza.
You've talked about being in Gaza. Not only have you been with the military, you've seen for yourself the humanitarian crisis. Talk to some of the civilians. What do they tell you?
Really, the most pressing issue on the minds of Palestinian civilians that we talk to are how they're going to get things like food, water, and medicine, because it is incredibly challenging to get these resources inside Gaza at the moment. There is a developing humanitarian crisis, despite Israeli officials saying otherwise. But it is a dire situation when you have such a densely populated area that is trapped amid this war. There are going to be civilian casualties, and Israel has been criticized for the amount of civilian casualties. The Palestinian Health Ministry that is run by Hamas, but that has historically been used as the benchmark of the death toll inside Gaza during conflict between the two sides, says that more than half of those killed are children. And we've seen the images from hospitals in Gaza. They are desperate for medicine and supplies. There are credible reports of doctors performing surgery without anesthesia for patients who need surgery, otherwise they could face death. And so this is the dire situation for Palestinian civilians. There is no solution to ease the pressure right now if the Israeli military campaign continues. And so there are some humanitarian efforts underway, not just from places like the United Nations, but also individual countries like the Jordanians, who have conducted airdrops of aid into Gaza, the Emiratis and the Qataris, who have made sure their aid is part of the convoy of trucks going into the Strip. And that aid will have to increase because, as we have seen firsthand, the level of destruction in Gaza is catastrophic. Gaza City, the largest population center in the Strip, is leveled in certain areas. And people were living there before the war started, and they will have to have some place to live and return to.
There's also concern on Israel's northern border. There have been rockets fired by Hezbollah from Lebanon into Israel. That continues. There have been skirmishes across the border. How serious is the risk of escalation there?
It's a real serious risk. Hezbollah has already fired, according to the military, more than 1,000 projectiles. We're talking about mortars, rockets, and anti-tank guided missiles. But the group has precision-guided missiles. They have hundreds of thousands, according to defense officials that we've spoken with, missiles and rockets that they would rain down on Israeli cities if a broader war erupts between Hezbollah and Israel. They understand that if a full-scale war erupts, Israel's air defense systems, including the widely used Iron Dome, will be overwhelmed. You will have missiles raining into cities in the north, like Haifa, and even as far as Israel's first and second largest city, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And estimates say there will be thousands of Israeli casualties if a war like that does erupt. There is an effort by Israeli officials, including the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, to send that message. And they have. They have gone on television here and they have said, we will do to Beirut what we did to Gaza City. and we talked about the destruction there. And that is the threat that they are making. They want Hezbollah to move from Israel's northern border and stop the fire into northern Israel. And they've been clear that if there is not a diplomatic solution, and each day that passes, it is less likely that one will be found, they will use military force to do so.
Another Iran-backed group is also causing trouble. Houthi militants attacked another ship on Monday, a U.S.-owned cargo vessel, after another missile aimed at an American warship was shot down days after the U.S.-led military strikes hit Houthi targets inside Yemen.
And they have a choice to make.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says the U.S. does not want this battle with the Houthis.
Everything the president has been doing has been trying to prevent any escalation of conflict.
Republican lawmakers want the U.S. to be more aggressive with Iran.
I fear we're going to just engage in this incremental tit-for-tat.
Congressman Mike Gallagher tells Fox.
Such an approach, I think, signals to our enemies that the Biden administration is still reluctant to provoke Iran.
And so the threat remains to commercial shipping in and around the Red Sea.
It's only a matter of time before you see more incidents like the one on Monday, where this U.S.-owned ship was directly hit. And so there is a broader question here about what the United States does if the Houthis continue to fire missiles and drones, as we've seen in the past. Will they launch more airstrikes against Houthi positions in Yemen? It's certainly on the table, but there are other options that they could use to increase pressure on the Houthis. And so far, no one has taken off the table, both the Americans and the Israelis, the idea of striking Iran, if needed, to send a message that threats from their proxies across the Middle East won't be tolerated.
If Iran is directly hit, then what? What's the fear?
The fear is that there would be a more direct response from the Iranian regime, but Iran historically has threatened the United States and its allies, and then not always acted on those threats. They have strategic patience in a lot of ways, despite the rhetoric that the Islamic Republic uses and officials in Tehran use on a weekly basis. Israel says they are prepared even if the Iranians were to be directly involved in a regional conflict, but that is widely seen as one of the worst case scenarios in all of this. There is some hope that officials are holding on to that the war in Gaza will eventually be over. There will be some sort of diplomatic solution that will allow for the release of some hostages, an end to the ground fighting, and then some sort of security establishment that will end threats to Israelis living in the southern part of this country. And then you could look at the other fronts. There could be a diplomatic solution with the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah to move their elite forces back from the border that would threaten Israeli communities and allow tens of thousands of civilians to return home. And then if the Houthis in Yemen reduce their fire, you are looking at a situation where the heat could certainly be turned down. With that said, that's one of many options in an incredibly unpredictable arena and a theater that remains active on a daily basis.
Well, we hope that that would all happen and we could end all this at some point in the near future. Trey Yingst, foreign correspondent in Tel Aviv on the war in Gaza and beyond. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Accord Hybrid and the CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2023.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at CozyJewelers.com.
The caramelized onions that stole Thanksgiving. Dad's legendary veal, teal, and rye toast. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a fully installed granite stone kitchen countertop can be yours for as little as $1,499. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Former President Trump, the winner of the Iowa Republican presidential caucuses Monday night by a landslide, outlining his goals should he go on to win the presidency.
We're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in second over Nikki Haley. He told his supporters,
I am not going to make any excuses, and I guarantee you this, I will not let you down.
Entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy suspended his campaign Monday night, announcing he's endorsing former President Trump. And Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin released from the hospital Monday. This after spending 2 weeks there to treat complications from surgery for prostate cancer. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Buffalo Bills knocked off the Pittsburgh Steelers 31-17 in their wild card playoff battle. Josh Allen threw 3 touchdown passes. He also scored on a 52-yard run. Tampa Bay eliminated Philadelphia 32-9. The Bucs have won 6 of their last 7 games. Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh interviewed with the Los Angeles Chargers for their head coaching vacancy. One-time Heisman Trophy winner Caleb Williams will enter the NFL draft. Williams spent the past 2 seasons as the USC Trojans quarterback. Minnesota Wild goaltender Marc-Andre Fleury became the second winningest netminder in NHL history. The Wild blanked the New York Islanders 5-0 for Fleury's 552nd career victory. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The question that I would have for Kayal DeBoer at Alabama, can he roll up his sleeves and elbow it out with the likes of LSU and Georgia and Florida and Clemson and these powerhouse Southern programs, Texas, Oklahoma now? Can he do that on a consistent basis to get the players necessary to not just win the SEC, but to win national titles? Because that is now the expectation for Alabama. I think whoever took this job, and I do think it's a good hire for Bama, but I think whoever took this job is going to be hard-pressed to make it 4 or 5 years or more, simply because Nick Saban is so great and the expectation is so high that even if this coach does a solid job, it's going to look like disappointment to the fan base and the university. And maybe that's where Kayal DeBoer is. Maybe he's good enough to come in and win a national title in the first 2 or 3 years. Don't know, but regardless, I think it's a solid hire for Alabama. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland at a special time this Saturday at noon. Find out why it's still a great time to buy or sell a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at noon.
It's time for your Fox News commentary. Jason Chaffetz. What's on your mind?
Congress has a very full schedule ahead of itself. Not only do they need to fund the government, they have to deal with what we're going to do as a nation to support Israel and what are we going to do with Ukraine. And on top of that, you have a border bill, a question about whether or not Joe Biden as president is going to enforce the laws in this country on that southern border. Do they need more money? How much money? And how and what would Congress do to affect the laws there on the border? Let's start with funding. Funding has got to happen. Now, an agreement has come to place that will supposedly extend the government and its funding through March. The new speaker has to deal with the right flank of the party who does not like to extend government continually on an omnibus or a continuing resolution. At the same time, he's got to be able to convince the Senate to move forward. With the Iowa caucus now in the rearview mirror, Congress has got to get back to work to actually fund the government. But they're going to need time if they're going to go through the 12 appropriations bills. And as it comes to the border, which is tied to Ukraine and Israel, there's no reason why Congress can't get its act together and do all three in addressing them. Should they be tied together or should they be standalone questions? This is what Congress is going to have to deal with. Personally, I believe they should be dealt with separately, up and down votes on specifics of what they're going to do and not do. But this is the sausage-making process. Now that Congress has the political calendar and it's in full motion on what's going to happen at the presidency, they have got to do their jobs and their business and come together in a united way and somehow be able to pass some bills so that the government can continue to be funded and that we can continue on with the people's business. If it was easy, it would have been done a long time ago. No doubt it'll be hard and contentious. But look for the amount of debates and the quality of the debates that happen, because nothing in this nation should move forward without a good, vibrant discussion. Moving forward with continuing resolutions and omnibuses in perpetuity is something that this country has got to get away from. Maybe they do a short one to get it through March, but then what do they do with that moving forward? That's the big question, and it all starts this week in the United States Congress. I'm Jason Chaffetz, host of the Jason in the House podcast, and a contributor at Fox News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No, it's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PASS for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PASS. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PASS for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PASS.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the Iowa caucuses. CNN can make this projection based on his overwhelming lead in our entrance poll of Iowa caucus goers and some initial votes that are coming in. The former president pulling off a huge early victory in his bid to return to the White House. Trump easily defeating his top opponents, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, who are now in a high-stakes fight for second place. Let's go to Aaron Burnett at the panel. Aaron, not a surprise, but still, this is the earliest I can remember ever calling such a thing.
And away we go, live on a snowy and sloppy Tuesday. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. That is how it sounded on CNN last night as Donald Trump cruises to victory in the Iowa caucuses. Although you only heard portions or part of Donald Trump's victory speech on CNN because they cut out of it. And MSNBC said, you know what? Let's not air a stinking second of it. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory?
Be careful on the roads out there. Not going to lie. Back roads are a little...
Oh, yeah.
A little snowy. Get behind a snowplow if you can.
Take it easy. Away.
There's a lot of 2-hour delays this morning. I got a note overnight that says that our sales meeting has been delayed 2 hours.
Uh-oh, 2-hour delay.
So everybody gets a 2-hour delay except Kayal and company. We are here.
Woo!
Ready to, do whatever we do here in the morning for you.
And we received a note from Greg last night that basically said, plan accordingly, leave early because...
we start at 6 a.m.!
Not lying, folks. That was an actual text.
There's no late starts here.
That is correct. The show must go on. For some of us.
Yeah.
For the Eagles, it ends.
Wow,
For
boy.
Vivek Ramaswamy, it ends.
Yeah.
Actually, a weird night because Iowa and the Eagles both called almost simultaneously.
Yeah, boy, and that opening, the first quarter, I was just like, well, this game is over.
Right. I looked up, it's 10-0 Tampa. I look up Trump, CNN and MSNBC are like, yeah, it's over. We're calling it early, folks. Trump's already won.
Jake Tapper in that clip that we played basically said, I've never called it this early before.
How's that Kim Reynolds endorsement doing today?
Well, yeah. If I actually think the person who did the worst was actually Ron DeSantis.
Really?
Look, I know Nikki Haley placed third, but barely.
Yeah.
He barely placed third.
Well, remember
she overperformed and he underperformed.
Remember the Politico path for Nikki that they tried to lay out last week. Keep Trump under 50% and come in second place. She didn't do either.
Well, yes, true, but she did overperform.
Yeah. And a solid showing for Vivek Ramaswamy, all in all, first time around in his early political career. We will break it all down. We will have a lot of fun with that this morning.
I'm just looking at the morning news shows, the NBC 10.
Yeah.
And, it's always the anchor that's outside. Look, it's snowing.
Yeah. Can you believe it? We've got snow.
Here are the plows.
Time in 700 days.
Here we are in King of Prussia. Yeah. The snow is coming down.
Snow in the suburbs. Snow in the city.
Trucks. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But this is great work. I'm so glad for all the guys out, who make a little extra cash in the winter. First time in 715 days.
Yeah.
They get a little action.
A little bit. Just like those fans up in Buffalo yesterday that went to the Bills playoff game. They got $20 an hour to shovel out their own seat. And they were told to bring their own shovel to the game.
By the way, can I say, and boy, we're shot out of a cannon at 6:05.
Let's just wrap it up. We just covered everything.
Yeah.
The playoff games this weekend, aside from the Lions and the Rams, they all sucked.
They were awful.
They were all blowouts.
They were awful. This whole weekend stunk.
Terrible.
Other than my picks, everything else stunk.
Would you say college playoffs better than NFL playoffs?
This year, probably yes, but traditionally they're also blowouts as well. So everything's a blowout these days. Trump's blowing people out, NFL blowouts. We got snowmobiles and snowplows blowing that out.
By the way, today's a perfect day. If you normally listen to us on 1210 WPHT or the Odyssey app, switch over to YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure everybody has a 2-hour delay this morning.
That's right.
So, put us on the TV.
Yeah, my girls got snow in Nashville about 6 inches, so they'll be out of school until February.
6 inches.
Yeah, they got hit pretty good. And they don't prepare for it down there either.
There's really only maybe 2 inches out there, maybe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's not light. It's fluffy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I will say north and west, more than 2 inches. Like in Chestnut Hill, we got, the back patio.
Would you get 4?
It's like 3 plus.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm calling shenanigans on your inches, Dawn. I think you're over-exaggerating your inches a little bit.
3's nothing to brag about.
I've come from the western suburbs.
I have come from the western
and it is
suburbs.
it's 2 inches.
Flow energy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Jeb Bush of winter snowstorms. All right, 6:07. We have a lot to get to this morning. Big take on Trump and a lot of the narratives that are out there on the extreme end. We will break down Iowa. We've got new polling numbers on Joe. Joe was in Philly again with Sherelle Parker. And also what happened with Iran taking credit for a bombing of the U.S. Embassy yesterday as we inch closer and closer to the escalation of World War III. And I'm not joking. It really feels like that could be the case. So we'll get to all of that. And then Harry Mays at 9:30 will once again break down an Eagles loss because that's what we have Harry on for each and every Tuesday.
He's actually the bad luck.
He really is.
Of the Philadelphia Eagles because ever since he started coming on after Eagles games, they've lost.
Yep, indeed. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1. There is a lot of it at 6:08. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, good morning on this snowy, slippery morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live by Budget Blinds on this Tuesday, January 16th. We're still in the 20s, 26 degrees as the snow continues to fall. So the full forecast in just a moment, and I'll tell you about all the weather watches and advisories. We have some new updates from the National Weather System. A lot of slipping and sliding, dozens of accidents across the region. One video from Philadelphia that has gone viral, that Route 27 SEPTA bus that ran into a fire hydrant, slid down the hill in North Philadelphia. Did you see this backwards?
Yeah.
And it was about the same thing happened on Stenton Ave last night. I saw it in real time last night. The SEPTA bus is just, I don't know what that is. They don't have the traction.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a nightmare on Stenton Ave last night, the border from Philadelphia into like Flowertown,
Yep.
and oh, what a mess.
Yeah, it's weird. We were talking about this before the show when we were getting coffee done. I swear, I only have about a 7 or 8 minute drive from my place in Bluebell till I get on 476. And that was better condition-wise on the roads than Market Street is right outside of our headquarters here. How's that possible?
It's crazy. That's just it. The more, and I told Nick the story before the show, like the more you drive out, or at least last night, the better it is. I had to drive out way out, Collegeville.
Yep.
Roads were fine. As I came back home to Philadelphia, not so much.
And in theory, that should be a mess out in Collegeville out that way.
Nope.
Yeah.
They've got it. I know it's less roads in a big city. I get it, but it's Market Street. I know the plows are out there. We tweeted that out this morning, but it's just be like Greg said. Greg started the show with wisdom and prudence. Go slow, be safe. So let's talk about thousands across our region volunteering or donating during yesterday's MLK Jr. Day, Martin Luther King National Day of Service. The theme there was 60 years, commemorating 60 years since the Civil Rights Act, 1964. So among those celebrating, or maybe you could say leading the celebration, Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker. And she obviously met with President Joe Biden. That made national news during his visit to the city yesterday. And Biden was there. One of really a handful of celebrations that Parker attended on a very busy weekend for the city's elected officials. I will say she's a la Ed Rendell. Remember how Ed Rendell talked about how busy he was every weekend? She seems to be following that she is out tries to go to every single event on weekends.
Mm-hmm.
Smart strategy.
It is a smart strategy, as is Joe's. Joe's now been here, 3 times the last 10 days? Bluebell, Allentown, and Philadelphia.
Yep. And so, it was a good look for him. A lot of people out there in the community. I know Biden's first stop, I believe, was Philabundance, nonprofit, well known to us in Philadelphia. Nonprofit food bank helps those in need throughout the region. And Biden also volunteered at the South Philadelphia-based food bank, by the way, on MLK Day back in 21 and 22, so year 3 for him here. But Sherelle Parker was really across the region, and you see them putting the cans in the bags, and bagging it up.
Yep.
And Biden, there were no gaffes that I saw.
No. Well, Joe had an early day. He did his appearance. He had his ice cream cone, and then he took a nap.
I don't know. We have a video that I'll play later of him shuffling in there, and he just has the old man shuffle, and it's just I don't know. He just doesn't look very vigorous to me.
No.
I know you're going to talk a lot about Trump. So obviously the headline this morning: former commander in chief, a commanding victory. commanding lead as he quickly just pretty much swept in the Iowa caucuses last night, delivered that huge wake-up call many say to Republican skeptics still dreaming of a post-MAGA world, writes Axios. So ultimately, he won big time and mentioned his mother-in-law, his late mother-in-law, who just died a week ago, that she was watching over in heaven, kind of a touching moment there. But now moving the country one step closer to the longest general election campaign in modern history. Doesn't this feel like this campaign has been going on forever?
It does.
Although they are saying the caucus turnout is much lower than it was expected to be.
Is that because of weather?
Yeah, because it was historic. I mean, frigid cold, which that's saying a lot for Iowa.
Right, because they're used to that.
I mean, think about it. In Iowa, this is a hiccup that we're getting basically an inch to two.
Yeah. In
Philadelphia, they had record cold to have that many people come out.
Yep.
It shows you they're energized,
right?
Right?
Absolutely.
So it was a great night for Donald J. Trump, and not such a great. And I know you're going to go into Ramaswamy suspending his campaign last night.
Ramaswamy.
Yes, suspending. Kathy Barnett's coming up at 10. I asked Nick before if you wanted me to try to get her earlier to call in. She's somebody local who worked on this campaign. It's a pretty cool insight that we have this local, celebrity, lawmaker, mom, and all of that. And so she's going to be coming up at 10 o'clock and just talk to her about being part of that grassroots campaign. For a young guy who never did this before.
Right.
I think he has nothing to be ashamed of.
No,
you know what I mean?
He's what, 38, 39 years old. He's got 30 years, 40 years. If he wants to, turn his career to politics full time, he's got 3 or 4 decades in him.
He obviously endorsed Trump, but Nick is going to go into, DeSantis, Haley, and how about Senator Rand Paul coming out on Friday with that Never Nikki message? I know Senator Paul was on the Dom show on Friday, and bam!
Yep.
Never Nikki.
By the way, Chris Christie got 35 votes last night, in case you were tracking, even though he wasn't, available. I just looked at that. I'm looking down the list of people that got votes. So Chris Christie got 35 more votes than we did.
I think actually Nick Kayal got more votes than Chris Christie.
Yeah.
In Iowa.
Not all precincts have been reported yet.
So that's all about the victory, but the antithesis of that for our Philadelphia Eagles, what a bummer.
Yeah.
Eagles started. I'll just remind you, we started the season 10-1.
Yeah.
And Buccaneers, number 4 seeded, they ended up winning 32-9 over us. Move on to the divisional round.
They made Baker Mayfield last night look like Tom Brady in his prime.
It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. He was just like the precision throws, catch. I mean, just
like Baker Mayfield was back at Oklahoma in college again.
They couldn't tackle.
No.
I was like, what am I watching
It
here?
was awful.
Ugh.
Dawn, you said it. They were 10-1. You talk about limping into the playoffs and then going out with a whimper like that. They didn't even score a touchdown.
They didn't even get the tush push.
No.
I gotta say, I really underestimated. I thought, okay, when you start the playoffs, it's a fresh start. You
thought they were going to flip the switch.
I did.
Yeah.
Boy, did they not.
I did not see. I didn't see a blowout. I picked the Bucs to win by a field goal, but my God.
So you actually won the bet that we placed Friday.
Yeah.
But when we were 16-9 going in, I still had kept hope alive.
Oh yeah,
right?
Well, 16-9, there was hey, if you come out in the second half and score on the opening drive, we have a ball game, and they didn't come out. They went home at halftime too.
That was right. They're like, give Nick Kayal his $20 and get out of here.
The caucuses are over. Everybody just call it a night.
It's just, but AJ Brown, he wasn't there. I think we needed him. Darius Slay was though, right? So I don't know. Everybody's saying, will Nick Sirianni be fired? I don't think he will be.
I probably would not fire him. But if they did, with the way they went out this year, I can't be mad. I'm not going to be like, that's the wrong decision.
If they fire him, it could quite possibly be in the NFC East. The only coach to keep their job is Brian Daboll.
I know.
From the New York Giants.
Dallas, Washington.
How about that's the only thing that I can say this morning
Giants, by the way.
is that Dallas lost.
Yeah.
And they lost horribly.
And we lasted one day longer in the playoffs
Yeah.
than the Cowboys did, technically.
So thank you for that.
Take that, Dallas.
Thank you.
All I saw were these memes, these Eagles memes with these Dallas, Dallas sucks stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just like, guys, I wouldn't start doing this
Mhm.
yet.
Yep.
We haven't even played a playoff game yet. Let's not do this. And, oof.
Now, the thing I will say, this was not a good look for Big Dom DeSandro. He was permitted to go and be there on the sidelines. So if I'm him, I'm thinking, I wish I had not, because now are you bad luck?
Right.
That you returned. The other piece of, because I'm all about superstition, so I was looking up superstition. 3 members of the family of the late, Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. served as honorary team captains for the Buccaneers.
Oh.
So I think they had good luck and positive energy on their sidelines. I don't know. It seems like we had injuries and negative energy on our sidelines.
Yeah, the plot thickens.
See, that's my little superstitious
I'm going
part
to
of me.
examine this all off season long.
So I think it's in part about the positive energy. All right, real quick, the forecast here. And again, as I said at the beginning, we are sponsored by Budget Blinds, which my husband's always like, oh, God, there's a sponsor on blinds. Dawn's going to need new blinds. We'll talk about them in a minute. This is what I do. So most of the accumulating snow, we're told, is allegedly over. Now it turns to a mix of patchy snow mixed with sleet, mixed with freezing rain, making the morning commute slick. That according to the National Weather Service. So that's why we have this winter weather advisory in effect for the entire region. That's through 1 o'clock today, okay? And that's in the city and immediate surrounding suburbs. But then as you move out, they're saying that extends till 4 p.m., that weather advisory, 4 p.m., and that's further out toward the so-called Lehigh Valley. So extending to that zone. So 715 days with a snow drought today makes up for it. Philadelphia has had so far 1.5 inches of snow officially, according to the National Weather Service. And so we're going to see this throughout the day. And unfortunately, the freezing rain, that's the unfortunate piece of this, that you just want to be careful. You want to look up online, and you've probably already gotten the one call from your kid's school, whether it's a 2-hour delay or full delay, but there are a lot of closures going on. And also SEPTA running on a sketchy schedule because of all the slipping and sliding. Tomorrow, spotty, light precipitation continuing through our region. It's not over. And so that'll be this morning continuing and wrapping up by about 3 p.m. And this afternoon turns cloudy with a high of 33 degrees today. So let's look at tomorrow. Sunny, brisk, but bitter cold. It is January. Wind chills will only be in the single digits tomorrow in the morning and teens through most of the afternoon. The high tomorrow, just 28 degrees. Thursday will feel like a heat wave, 36 degrees with some sun coming out. And like I say, it's January, but we've got to get through today. So it looks like by 3 p.m. we're out of the woods. Just a heads up on that. Our sponsor, budgetblinds.com, is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization, free in-home consultations. They're free. And the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Ask about their exclusive Inspired collection. Online, budgetblinds.com. That's budgetblinds.com. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We're going to move the big take out for a little bit today because we have to get to the Iowa caucus results. A lot of observations and takeaways. We'll break down some of the statistics and the numbers and get people's thoughts and reaction to what we watched last night in the state of Iowa. And we will do that on the other side. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on a Tuesday morning. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers?
your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
As the temperatures drop here in Philly, driving conditions can get a bit tricky. But at Hessert Chevrolet, we've got solutions to keep you and your family safer on the roads. Introducing the new Chevy lineup with advanced four-wheel drive systems. Your key to conquering winter weather with confidence. From the economical tracks, the sleek Equinox, or the rugged and roomy Silverado and Tahoe, our vehicles are built to handle whatever Mother Nature throws your way. Hessert Chevrolet. Visit HessertChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in Tuesday morning, 626 here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in So Iowa caucus is officially in the books. Yesterday on the show, coming off of, I think it was either Sunday evening or Monday morning, the final the Des Moines, Iowa Register poll showed that Donald Trump was at 48%, Nikki Haley at 20%, and Ron DeSantis at 16%. And finally, we got to a point last night where we don't have to worry about polls anymore. We can actually see real-life results. And the results were a little bit different than what the latest polls were indicating in Iowa, as the results come in last night, quick, fast, and in a hurry, as Donald Trump cruises to victory last night as he garnered 56,260 votes, or 51%. He scooped up 20 delegates, and he swept all 99 counties last night. 99 for 99, 100% of the counties falling in favor of Donald Trump. Ron DeSantis garnered 23,420 votes. He came in second place, which equated to about 21.2%. He gets 8 delegates. Nikki Haley, close, very close in third, just about 2,300 less votes and just about 2% less total percentage points at 19.1%, picks up 7 delegates. And then Vivek Ramaswamy, about 7.7%. He comes in fourth. And, there's a lot of reactions and takeaways and observations here. Trump cruises. Ron edges out Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is talking about the positivity of last night. One of the things that I thought was fascinating last week, as we got towards the end of the week, was talking about Nikki Haley's, path to upset victory. Politico and other outlets laying it out. She needed to keep Trump under 50%. He got 51%, and she needed to finish in second. She is slightly behind DeSantis, who came in second place. And, of course, the fourth place finisher officially suspending his campaign last night. I'm not really surprised by anything last night. I did say yesterday in the afternoon that I actually thought DeSantis would come in second place. But I thought all in all, politics are politics. Trump and Vivek were sniping at each other a little bit. Vivek did not take the bait in the last 48 hours. He kind of held his head high and tried to take the right path, but then ultimately saying that he endorses Donald Trump officially. And Trump also coming out saying last night that Vivek ran a hell of a campaign and did a nice job. So those are kind of some of the reactions and takeaways. Anything stand out to you, Dawn, from anything with the order to the projections to the congratulations at the end of the night from certain people?
I thought that some of the Democrat pundits were particularly nasty about the results and tried to downplay Trump's win, which was historic. I know that because it was cold, I know that less people showed up, but it was still amazing in that kind of cold. Can you imagine here in Philadelphia, they would cancel the thing.
Right.
So that, to me, I thought, man, the gloves are off. I don't know why I should be so surprised, but the rhetoric was particularly nasty. I do feel that, I don't know. I think that for DeSantis, I think he announces he'll maybe keep in this through New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like DeSantis and Nikki Haley, I think that they're seeing the defeat. And I think that after New Hampshire, I would not be surprised if they one or both back out.
Oh, I think for sure one of them has to drop out after New Hampshire. Unless Nikki Haley says, I got to get to South Carolina. I got to get to my home state before I do that.
I think she is going to be embarrassed in her home state. I think she drops out before.
Well, let's actually hear from Nikki Haley last night. Phil, if you can cue up cut 9 here, I'm gonna kind of sporadically put these in, and then I'll play them later on in the cut sheet like we normally do. But according to Nikki Haley last night, when she gave her speech at like 10:37 p.m. last night, when we were all fast asleep, she says that she can safely say tonight Iowa made this Republican primary a 2-person race.
Okay.
So she's seeing this as a positive thing. Phil, this is cut 9, my friend. Go.
When you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond, me say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now
Screw you, Iowa.
clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership?
So there you go.
All right, well, very nice of MSNBC to actually carry the third place person's speech while not airing any of Trump's.
They carried her, they carried DeSantis, and they carried Vivek, but they did not carry Trump.
So that would be the Rachel Maddow era. I think that's the time slot roughly where she's in, and I think she was on late last night, so she probably made that. And we played that clip for you in the past of her. She was like, we are making the editorial executive decision not to air Trump.
She said it again last night. Phil, if we can go to cut 10, my friend. Sorry to throw all this at you at 6:33 in the morning.
I had no idea she said this.
This is what she said on MSNBC's decision not to air the Trump speech. Yeah. She says it's a decision that we do not relish.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
Turns out, they didn't.
Let me just interject. I'm sorry, I just have to do a little bit of business just for a second. At this point in the evening, the projected winner of the Iowa caucuses has just started giving his victory speech. We will keep an eye on that as it happens. We will let you know if there's any news made in that speech, if there's anything noteworthy, something substantive and important. The reason I'm saying this is, of course, there is a reason that we and other news organizations have generally stopped giving an unfiltered live platform to remarks by former President Trump. It is not out of spite. It is not a decision that we relish. It is a decision that we regularly revisit. And honestly, earnestly, it is not an easy decision, but there is a cost to us as a news organization of knowingly broadcasting untrue things. That is a fundamental truth of our business and who we are. And so his remarks tonight will not air here live. We will monitor them and let you know about any news that he makes. Steph, I interrupt you.
Let me just say this. I'm going to get this out there right now. One thing on this blowhard with a bad haircut. How can you, as a credible news outlet, right, and I use credible in air quotes here, but MSNBC is a major, major operation. How can you totally bury the lead and not air the speech of the guy who rolled to victory 99 out of 99 counties and hit a percentage of the vote that most polls said he would not hit? They had him at roughly around 47, 48%. He gets 51%. And you're airing number 2, number 3, and number 4 in the Iowa caucuses. That would be like not airing the MVP speech of the guy who just won the Super Bowl, but interviewing all the players and team from the team that lost the Super Bowl. And I get this wasn't the Super Bowl last night, but I don't know, John. You're the journalist of the show. Is it? She's trying to say it's our journalistic integrity because we can't fact check things live on the air. Is basically what she's saying. Is it a dereliction of their duty as journalists not to cover the actual lead here, so to speak?
It is ridiculous. Because, I mean, she's never. I've interviewed murderers, accused murderers. Okay, should we not? Who else? Who else should we ban?
Right.
Should we? It's absurd.
You're allowing a personal bias to interfere with your objectivity of being a quote journalist, aren't you?
Yes, because and part of this is you tell the story, you report on the story. So in other words, she could take it. She could take Trump. My line to her is, she is, you might not like her, but she is, I think, probably the best talent on MSNBC. She's very talented.
She probably has the highest rated show between MSNBC and CNN, not named any show on Fox, right?
Big name. So what are you afraid of? Why don't you just go ahead, carry it live, play the audio, play it back, and then critique it.
Yes, if you disagree with what he says or if he lies or whatever, then just obliterate
if you think it's a
him.
lie, say, That's, to me, that's a lie. Blah, 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 then go through it. So is she so afraid? To me, it just says, okay, you're so afraid that something he says is going to resonate with people, such as, the economy.
That's not this is all what they're saying the reason is for them. They just know that their viewers hate him so much that if they put him on the TV, people will tune out.
Do you think that?
No, I don't think they will.
Okay.
I was wondering if they hate him
They
so
don't have
much.
journalistic integrity over there.
No,
But I was
they don't
wondering
have-
if they hate him so much viewer-wise. Like, obviously, the MSNBC viewer has Trump derangement syndrome. But in a weird way, in an obsessive way, I almost wonder if they would love to see him just so they could get agitated by watching.
No, they want to hear their pundits kick the S out of him.
Well,
that's
that's
what they
true,
want to
too.
hear. They don't
So-
want to hear him talk unfiltered.
So leave her mic open. If you're Rachel Maddow, leave your mic open, and after he says something and there's applause, say, "Oh, I can't even," have her
Just
pontificate,
do
have her say, "Oh, I can't even stand it,"
Yeah.
and commiserate. But to not air it is it's not. That's not journalism at all.
Just do live commentary, what Zioli does when he carries a presser in the afternoon
Exactly.
live, and just talk, and fade it down a little bit, say something, interject. You can, and oh, by the way, my God, they've got 42 producers. They could easily be recording it in the back and, put together a 2.5 minute recap of it and then air that prepackaged, right?
Right. She could stop it in real time, restart it, talk through it. To me, it's more than that because she could make it entertaining, and she absolutely could. To me, I just think that when he's saying certain things about the border, the economy, and those issues that resonate, there are things that he's going to say on there that even the haters are going to say, well, he's not wrong about that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well,
and that's what they're afraid of.
CNN at least carried some of it and then bailed out of it. And I've been in radio long enough, whether it's this format or in sports talk, where we would carry press conferences. Like, I remember when I was doing sports down the street, we would carry Andy Reid's press conference, and he would say the same thing every single week, and we would dip out of it early if it became rhetorical and it was the same coach speak. So if Trump's saying his same bit, his same routine, you could do what CNN did and just dump out of it.
Here's we don't have the video because I just pulled this on the fly, but this is how it sounded on CNN last night during Trump's speech. So they took a little bit of it, and then Jake Tapper cut in.
Way. Draw, baby, draw. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing.
Donald Trump declaring victory with a historically strong showing in the Iowa caucuses. If these numbers hold, the biggest victory for a non-incumbent president in the modern era for this contest. A relatively subdued speech as these things go so far, although here he is right now under my voice. You hear him repeating his anti-immigrant rhetoric. He did take time to praise his rivals, Haley and DeSantis and Ramaswamy by name. Rather un-Trump-like to do that. Gracious, but perhaps a sign of some message discipline, at least for one night.
It's not an anti-immigrant rhetoric. It's an anti-Joe Biden has obliterated whatever was of the border wall rhetoric, as we are dealing with an invasion of epic proportions.
Yeah, and shame on Jake Tapper, who knows better. I mean, this evening, Kathy Hochul is going to unveil her budget plan for New York, and part of that must include $1.9 billion simply to deal with New York City's migrant crisis. It's a crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's legit for people to look around and say, in a tough economy, especially in an economy that's not booming, how do we deal with this? And because it's a humanitarian crisis.
Yeah.
It also is, what Trump is talking about when he's looking at that is, look at New York State, who said we're a sanctuary. It's against the law in the city of New York to not give somebody housing. So that's why they all tell when they come across the border, when folks come across from 100+ countries, they say New York City.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you, and they're thanking Governor Greg Abbott by name,
right,
and saying we want to go to New York because they know the sanctuary law says you must give these folks housing, accommodation, food, etc.
Yep.
They know the law there.
Yep, and well said on the border, too, because the Iowa caucus goer voting priorities yesterday showed that 41% think the biggest issue is immigration and the border, 33% say the economy, 7% saying foreign policy wars, and 4% saying healthcare. So you can, I think, argue, I still would go economy 1, immigration 2, but in Iowa, and I think certainly in other places, you're going to see, as this invasion continues to happen, maybe immigration and the border issue itself becomes the number one issue, surpassing the economy, which we could certainly see as we get more and more of these states going here with primary season and Super Tuesday just about, about 7 weeks out. So if you have thoughts and reaction from last night, you can certainly jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT, hit the like and subscribe buttons, and have your voice heard today. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the hour. Trump, DeSantis, Haley, all leading Joe in a new poll, and Joe's approval rating plummets to a 15-year low as we continue. Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I said earlier, a lot of blowouts this weekend for Super Wild Card Weekend. The only close game was the Lions and Rams. But we're on to the divisional round. And for the remaining teams, it's win or go home. You always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has so many ways to pick up a W. So if you want to follow my picks right now, go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. New customers, get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. It's the best time right now. The birds are out of it. It's the best time right now to join FanDuel because you can watch games that you don't normally care about and, have a little skin in the game. Makes the playoffs that much more interesting. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online, run money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn McNow and Ray Dittinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
At Gerhard's Appliances, there's never been a better time to renew your kitchen than now during our New Year New Kitchen Sales event. Level up your dish game with this GE stainless steel dishwasher with Dry Boost technology for only $3.99. Plus, buy more, save more on GE Profile kitchen package suites and laundry pairs. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal.
For more than 50 years, Oliver Heating and Cooling vans have been pulling up to houses like yours to customers like you. That's more than 50 years of exceptional service, of giving back to the community, of recruiting and training the best people in the industry. This family business has operated under one principle: treat our customers like family and their homes like our own. Because at Oliver Heating and Cooling, family is everything. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Peace of mind for your home and business.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to talk about my friends at Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. You've heard me talking about them nonstop, but now is the time to pay them a visit. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. If you're shopping for the perfect engagement ring, look no further. They have the top 5-star rating on Google with over 2,000 reviews. No one else comes close to that. Get the right ring. A ring from Family and Company Jewelers. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What's the matter with the clothes I'm wearing? Can't you tell that your tie's too wide? Maybe I should buy some old tab collars. Welcome back to the age of jive. Where have you been hiding out lately, honey? You can't dress trashy till you spend a lot of money. Everybody's talking about the new sound, funny, but it's still rock and roll to me.
6:49, welcome back in. Kayal and Company. This segment brought to you by Bestwork Industries for the Blind, and their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now and save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. 855-839-1210 to jump in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company. Just want to point out two things as we wrap up some of the Iowa conversation. Our buddy Road Warrior with an interesting question and also pointed out an interesting comment. Walter Kern does a podcast with Matt Taibbi, one of those journalists from the Elon Musk Twitter files that was actually doing real journalism to expose censorship and corruption during the pandemic. And Taibbi said this last night. I think this is a very interesting point to what we were just discussing about MSNBC and CNN bailing or not carrying Trump's victory speech. He says the following: it's one thing to have a strong ideological bias, but MSNBC actively deludes its audience about the import of political events. It's beyond spin to cast what happened tonight as somehow ominous for Trump. Almost half of those people voted against him, and it's harmful to its own cause. They aren't creating a bubble for their viewers, but a padlocked cell. I think that's a fascinating point and a very valid one to boot. So what MSNBC has told you, the MSNBC viewer, is that it's not news if Trump wins. It's not worthy of hearing him speak in victory. But when he's impeached, when he's indicted, when he's accused of X, Y, or Z, it's wall-to-wall coverage. So basically what MSNBC has said here is we will only cover and do our jobs when it's a negative slant on Trump. When it's a positive or it's an uncontrollable, like a live press conference, and I'm assuming, Dawn, they're on some sort of delay or whatever, and she's got producers in her ears. So it's not like it's the wild, wild west like they're portraying it when Trump gets in front of a microphone and a camera. But it really is, I think that's kind of the point Taibbi's making here. It's a failure of journalism, and I'm not sure that it really does serve their audience in the best light.
And he writes it so beautifully. But think about any entity that tries to keep any news and information from you. This is a major news event. And so any entity that tries to withhold that live information from you, to censor it, and to say basically you can't handle this truth, whether you think the person is telling the truth is not the issue. It's a news event. It's a major event. For you to withhold it, what you're saying is, well, we're going to decide what you think and how you think. And that is dangerous. That's propaganda. That's what, by the way, third world countries do.
It's like removing them from, I'm sorry, Nick.
Okay,
it's like removing them from the ballot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just trying to, they don't understand that the more you censor him and the more you try and get rid of him these ways, the more powerful it makes him. So like if their goal is to get him out and not have him win, by doing all of this, they're just making it
and
more people, coalesce around him.
And also in a way, it kind of goes to what you say to us all the time and this audience about not just living in your own little ecosphere bubble of social media with like-minded groupthink. That's what they're basically saying here is we're not going to acknowledge Trump and we're just going to live in this insulated world of this one-way street coverage of him. So we'll continue this conversation on the other side. And also, people are curious as to how much money these candidates were spending in Iowa. I have some of the figures on the financials when we come back. Hour 2 on the way. Kayal and Company, stay right there.
As we ring in the new year, our friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles want to wish you a happy 2024 and a happy snow day. Hopefully you got a snow day today. A lot of kids certainly did. Piazza is excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Main Line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. So you will receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. You can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and much more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Progressive presents 10 things on a plumber's to-do list that are harder than getting a small business insurance quote. Waking up for 5 a.m. plumbing disasters, finding out why water is pouring from the ceiling while telling a customer to leave the room, replacing a pipe in a home from the 1800s, then dealing with invoices or your awkward apprentice or that really weird smell, and then there's breathing and eating and, of course, clogs. But the easiest thing on any small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you could save on the business insurance that's right for you. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com. Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Took a look down a westbound road, right away I made my choice. Headed out to my big two-wheeler, I was tired of my own voice. Took a beat on the northern plains and just rolled that power on.
Kayal Company, 701. Good to have you in on a Tuesday, a very snowy, slushy, sloppy Tuesday. Hopefully all of you safe out there if you're on your way to work, or if you've just decided to make it a 4 or 5 day holiday weekend in and around bad weather and Martin Luther King. You'll get back to work eventually. Right, what the hell? Who cares? 2024, the world's burning. Why rush to get back and risk your safety? I totally adhere to that. All right, a lot of good stuff coming up this hour. We've got the cut sheet at 7:45. What Iran claims responsibility for yesterday. Also, some updated polling numbers for you with Joe against all of the GOP candidates, as well as these financial figures. People curious about money spent in Iowa as to, comparing dollars to votes and results and who spent wisely, so forth and so on. I've got those figures for you, and we will get to those after the news. But right now, let's get to the news. 7:02, round number 2, the great Dawn Stenzel on this Tuesday morning.
Yeah, and let's talk about Philadelphia police this morning after a crime that happened involving a teenager. Philadelphia police investigating after that 17-year-old was shot and hurt. It happened in the parking lot of a McDonald's, and it happened last night, 2800 block of Cotman Ave in the city's Mayfair neighborhood. And officers say the teen was shot in his abdomen, rushed to the hospital where he's in stable condition this morning. No arrests, no weapons recovered at the scene. And per usual, we're not being told, is this gang-related, drug-related? Was this part of a attempted carjacking? What was going on here? So we don't have that motivation, just that Philadelphia police were called to answer this, shooting of a teenager, and we'll wait to see the results if they can make an arrest. They're looking at surveillance video right now. I want to point out to you that PennDOT with the snow, and this is historic in the sense that we had a drought. We had a snow drought, 715 days, and on the 716th day, it snowed. So far, we've had about 1.5 inches. PennDOT has reduced the speed limit on several roadways across our region due to this winter storm. A lot of advisories, alerts. PennDOT urging you avoid unnecessary travel, but those who must head out this morning, you will see the speeds have been reduced officially to 45 miles an hour, and that's on most of the area interstates, 76, 95, 295, 476, 676, U.S. routes 130, 202, 422, and state routes 63 and 309.
Yeah.
So they have made this official. Commercial vehicles must stay in the right lane while the speed restriction is in place today. Speed limits reduced on other roads as the conditions warrant, they say. So this winter weather advisory in effect for our entire region through 1 o'clock this afternoon. And that looks like that'll be pretty much the end of the precipitation. I'll talk about that in a moment. But I do want to mention to you that the National Guard, we have the reports that there's a special send-off that has happened for New Jersey's National Guard's 44th Infantry Brigade combat deployment. And that is the largest deployment of New Jersey Army National Guard soldiers since 2008.
Wow.
So they gathered in Trenton, New Jersey, full of family and friends, doing a send-off, wishing their loved ones well as they headed out to the Middle East.
Okay, I was just going to ask you, where were they deployed to? Okay.
So 1,500 soldiers from the 44th Infantry Brigade Combat Team, largest deployment, like I say, of New Jersey Army National Guard soldiers since 2008. Husbands and brothers and sons. And I just bring that forth. I know, Nick, you're going to talk more about, what's going on as far as the Houthis and the Middle East. But it's important to think about, and to see these mostly young men in their fatigues and gathered at Cure Insurance Arena in Trenton, New Jersey locally. And they're hugging and praying, hugging them, kissing them, praying for them. And it's very real to families from our region because, 1,500 of their sons, brothers, husbands, fathers, they're being sent off.
Probably never envisioned to have that send off, right? I mean, hopefully this is it, and this is not at the beginning of 500 here and 1,000 there and 1,500 more. But knock on wood and prayers up. Hopefully they all return safely.
Yeah, and I think I think that's well said that we remember them in our prayers, and think about how real that is to these families with Joe Biden, with what's going on, the response as far as the Middle East, Iran, the Houthis' latest action, etc. So we talk about it, just a headline at Houthi militants in Yemen, undeterred by U.S.-led missile strikes. Now they've launched more attacks on ships in the Red Sea. I know the New York Times, nationally, local stations and coverage as well. Israeli officials say they were astonished by the scale and quality of Gaza's tunnel network. It looks like they've got about half of that under control, but Israel saying it had concluded its intensive, I say in air quotes, ground operations in northern Gaza. And it looks like they say that they're going to see the end of that stage of fighting in the south. So this is, we move on. Hamas said Israeli airstrikes killed 2 hostages, by the way, 2 more hostages. That confirmed. And by the way, Turkey briefly detaining an Israeli soccer player after he displayed a pro-Israel message during a game.
Oh, boy.
So some tension there. So just to sprinkle in some international news, but with that local sense of urgency and prayer for local families. So we wanted to put that in. We've talked a lot since 6 o'clock this morning about Trump's big victory in Iowa. The story is that Nikki Haley ends with 19%. Ron DeSantis finished a distant second behind Trump at 21%. You almost wouldn't know it.
Ron has always been a loser.
You almost wouldn't know it because it was a disappointment for DeSantis that he was only a couple percentage points ahead of Nikki Haley, who finished better than anybody thought.
If you take all of the other candidates and combine them, does it? How close is that to Trump then?
I mean, it's got to be single digits, right? I mean, if you're just going percentage wise,
so between
21 and 19 is 40.
Yeah. And
51 to 40, and then
Vivek
throw
is 7.
Rami. Yeah, it'd be about a 5-point margin.
Democrats,
assuming all those people actually, all of those people don't.
I would assume that everybody who voted for a second candidate, not Trump, those people are looking for something other than Trump.
Right. Yeah, in all likelihood, I would imagine.
And to your point, Greg, I mean, Democrats this morning and late last night were saying, "Oh, look, the leader of your party only got 51%. See,
spin.
What kind of so that's their point. I would look at it differently. I would say we've got a deep bench over here.
That's what I've been saying for 9 months. We're way deeper than the Democrats are. Deeper, younger, more diverse. The Democrats right now just have Joe Biden, Kamala, Gavin, Michelle.
So we've got that going on. And then from victory to a disappointing, devastating defeat, our Eagles.
How many days until pitchers and catchers, Dawn?
I know. They put out their schedule for our Phils. They put out the schedule already.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Before you know it, John Brazier will be in here.
Yeah.
It'll be the Red October again.
I'm dreaming of a John Brazier summer.
I am.
So it was a bummer. I mean, Eagles, we started out 10-1, beat by number 4 seed Buccaneers. They won in
let's
Tampa.
Also say the reality is they should have been 11-0. They should never have lost to the Jets in that game. So they should have been 11-0 and then finished 11-6.
Let's face it, though. I mean, they beat a lot of low energy teams, and not by a lot, right?
And they didn't look good against the good teams that they barely beat, right?
The Bills, they barely beat them.
Kansas City.
The writing was on the wall all season. It's just that some of us who look at this team with rose-colored glasses didn't see it. I include myself in that as well.
They were like a car that you knew sooner or later the hubcaps were going to fall off, and it was on its last leg, and the transmission was going to go, and then everything just went in the last 7 weeks.
And so a lot of the headlines, even People Magazine has a headline, Jason Kelce talks possibilities of the fact that he played his final NFL game.
Yeah, he didn't do any media hits last night.
Yeah,
so.
Might save that for his brother's podcast with Taylor.
They're quoting. I know there's all that going on. They moved in together.
Yeah.
But I guess so. I guess over the weekend, is that it? Jason Kelce said over the weekend. Whenever you're older in your career, you never know when that's going to be. In other words, your last game.
Yep.
So I guess he hinted at it, but
could be it for him. Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, that whole squad.
The team's going to look a lot different next year, which might be a good thing.
Yeah, they got to get younger.
Yeah.
You're like the Democratic Party. You gotta get younger.
So, real quick here, I do want to talk about the winter weather advisory. It's in effect for our entire region through 1 o'clock. As we move north and west, especially if you think of past Berks County, Lehigh County, you're looking at till 4 p.m., and then the snow totals grow as we move out of the city and South Jersey. So officially right now at Philadelphia International Airport, 1.5 inches of snow, but there are north and west 3 to 4 inches, and then beyond Berks County, 5 inches. So the snow totals continue. Today, spotty light precipitation continuing through the region. So it turns kind of icky, this wintry, wet mix. Now, as far as the fluffy white stuff, that's over with. But that's going to continue. It starts to wind down by 3 p.m. This afternoon, cloudy, a high of 33 degrees. And then as far as your tomorrow, Wednesday, sunny, brisk, and cold, wind chills only in the single digits in the morning and teens through most of the afternoon, a high of 28. We will warm up quite a bit Thursday. Clouds and some sun with a flurry around with a high of 32 degrees. And by the way, more snow on the way for your Friday. So I just want to remind you of that one. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, another weekend with bad weather on the way, huh?
Well, yeah, and our good and bad weather sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning, because we do have all Philadelphia Archdiocese schools. They are having a snow day today, but they are essentially opening it up for Zoom learning if kids want to. For the
kids want to?
Yeah, they worded it
to?
Weirdly.
It's optional if you want to do a form of education that we have realized does not work.
So I got such a kick out of that,
Give
the way they worded it.
snow day, for God's sake.
I know, they haven't had one in 800 days.
I know, come on, just give them a snow day. Relax. Everybody will be fine.
We have to do to the theme of Frozen. Can I have a snow
This
day?
is the second time. If you sing one more time,
Tell him.
Okay,
turning
no
off your
singing.
microphone.
And these teachers' unions, they are the true threats to democracy, folks.
No, part of, I think, the Archdiocesan schools in Philadelphia using the flexible instruction day is so they can still count it, because, you know, they have to meet some mandatory minimums. I think that's why they word it that way. You want to check, because a lot of schools initially said 2-hour delay. Now they're saying, now that we have word that the precipitation continues and the slick weather, the National Weather Service giving us some updates.
Does the 1 hour delay still exist?
Not really. It's usually 2 hour.
Okay. I remember when we were kids, we had the 1 and the 2. The 1 was the worst.
It's the worst.
Yeah, it's like you don't even bother sleeping even longer. You just get up.
Yeah.
The nice thing is that they say usually if you have the 2 hour delay, then they're really flexible. If you say, we can't make it out of the driveway, they're like, that's all right.
Yeah.
So I do love that flexibility.
Right.
BudgetBlinds.com is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. So ask about their exclusive inspired collection online at budgetblinds.com. Kayal and Company News Live. I know I didn't talk about the Emmys, but I thought I'd save that for the big three.
All right. Sounds good. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, $123 million were spent in Iowa. By who and by how much? The details on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Let's talk about the real thing, because real Philly sports fans love the one and only Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app I ever recommend. As you know, 24/7 live casino action. So just download it, the Bet Parks app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right there at your fingertips. Plus, you can bet on the pro football playoffs and all your favorite sports. Odds, bets, slots, games right in your pocket. The casino comes to wherever you are. Play the hottest online slots or play blackjack, roulette, baccarat, or Texas Hold'em. That's my husband's favorite one, Texas Hold'em, with a live dealer right on your iPhone there. So get winning on the Bet Parks app. It's so simple. New users, join me right now. Just download the app. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonuses back if you're not a winner in your first 24 hours. Details on the Bet Parks app or at betparks.com. New Year's is only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 and in PA or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
right, Kayal Company, 7:21 as we continue live here on a Tuesday morning. What's on the cut sheet? Just about 25 minutes. That's coming up 7:45. In about 15 minutes, Iran and what they claim responsibility for yesterday. Also, a very interesting article on the breakdown of how elections influence U.S. wartime decisions for sitting presidents. You know, we've been talking about, the war machine and Joe Biden and obviously re-election. What camp does Joe Biden fall into of the five that are perceived to exist, according to foreign policy experts? I thought this was a fascinating story. We'll get to that coming up. But Road Warrior, as well as a few others on Twitter over the last 12 hours or so, have tweeted me asking about the spending in Iowa by the GOP candidates, from Trump to Nikki to Ron to Vivek and others. And so, according to CNN, I've got some figures here. The 2024 Republicans spent $123 million on advertising alone in the state of Iowa. For context, that compares to the $84 million that was spent in the 2020 caucuses. So that is an increase of just about $39 million up in 4 years compared to 4 years ago. Now, to break it down, the pro, and everything is labeled either pro-Haley, pro-DeSantis, pro-Trump, or pro-others. Now, the reason they frame it that way is because it takes what the campaign themselves contributed along with their allied super PACs. So pro-Haley messaging led the way. Of the $123 million spent, pro-Haley was $37 million. Pro-DeSantis was $35 million. Pro-all others was $33 million. That would include Vivek Ramaswamy and others. And pro-Trump, only $18.3 million. So if you're talking about, bang for your buck, so to speak, Donald Trump easily, not only the biggest winner at 51% of the votes, but he only spent $18 million between his campaign and pro-super PACs in favor of Trump, whereas the other category was 33, DeSantis 35, Nikki Haley at $37 million. So to answer that question for those asking, Nikki's camp led the way.
It's funny, too, because Trump barely was
It was a blip on the radar.
He was barely in Iowa. Ron DeSantis basically camped out in Iowa for 2 months.
Yes, at Kim Reynolds' house.
And got barely second place.
Yep.
Can I say that again? Barely got second place.
Yep.
So I think that the two winners, and I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but that's my job here. I think the two winners last night in Iowa were Trump and Haley.
Yeah,
because
that's
Haley
fair.
did better than was expected. It gives her a little momentum going into New Hampshire. And I think, Trump, mollywopped, as you like to say, Nick, everybody else.
He did.
So Trump will be the nominee. Let me just say that again. Trump will be the nominee.
Yeah, so look at what that means. That means you can't buy Republican voters, okay? These folks in Iowa came out in historic cold. That's saying a lot when you're in Iowa.
Yeah.
We can't even imagine. So frigid temperatures. They came out and money couldn't buy them, and God bless them for that. But on the other point of it, I will say, I saw that Axios put out that this is a record advertising dollars for this election.
Yep.
$16 billion with a B, which is up more than 31%.
Yep.
And so it becomes obnoxious, this level of, think about that, $16 billion. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
It's so much money that they're able to throw at. But I do love that these voters could not be bought.
Yep. And Nikki obviously is spinning this, I think, as the first building block, so to speak, to her quote, upset. She thinks she's going to go to New Hampshire, and it's a 2-horse race between her and Trump. And then South Carolina, her home state. Although you look at all the polls, Trump's leading South Carolina, which is her state. Trump's leading Florida, which is DeSantis' state. So, we'll see the way these things play out. And I think we are only a matter of a couple of weeks away from New Hampshire. New Hampshire's in 2 weeks. Late January, early February. I actually have the
January 23rd.
January 23rd. Okay,
Right.
so we're actually a week from today, and we'll see how that plays out. Now, in regards to these 3 left standing, because, of course, Vivek has officially suspended his campaign. Always love that, right? So Vivek is out. The latest CBS News YouGov poll found that all 3 GOP presidential candidates are leading Joe Biden in a hypothetical general election matchup. They found that Trump, Haley, and DeSantis all beat Biden head-to-head, while Trump remains the clear favorite, obviously, in the GOP primary. Haley fares the best against Joe Biden, which has been a common theme with Nikki Haley. Haley has an 8-point lead over Joe, 53-45. The poll found that 59% of independent voters would support Haley in a matchup with Joe, while Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis garner 55 and 54% of independent voters. In contrast with Biden, DeSantis got 51% to Joe's 48%. And then the closest matchup is the rematch, Trump and Biden, where Trump holds a 2-point lead, 50-48. That was conducted January 10th through the 12th amongst just about 2,900 adults. So if Nikki really believes what she said last night, that New Hampshire is good for her, and if she believes this poll, then maybe Nikki really believes like she's in this for at least the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Well, let me play a clip here. This is cut 12 here, Phil. Katie Tur on MSNBC last night, who was in New Hampshire. She was in Manchester, New Hampshire, at what appears to be a bowling alley. Says that she's heard that there's a lot of New Hampshire Dems switching Republican to vote for Nikki Haley in that, because we know that it's an open primary there where anybody can vote. This is what she said, cut 12, Phil, last night. Cut 12, go.
I've been talking to a lot of voters here, and I keep hearing over and over and over again, they wanted to see her prove that she has a chance tonight in Iowa. That was a second-place win. There were some that said, if she comes in a close third, okay. But here's the thing. Voters in this state, Republican voters, tell me they want another option. And they see Nikki Haley as the best shot at another option. But it's not just Republican voters. It's Democratic voters as well who say they don't entirely like Biden, and they're looking for someone else as well.
Okay, so MSNBC continues to spin Nikki, and there was about 3 people total in that bowling alley last night. So if you take those 3 people at their word, maybe it carries a little bit of weight.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I mean, I do believe there are some Democrats that will switch and flip and vote Republican for Nikki. I'll continue to say that those that do that, and then also the mainstream outlets or the websites or the news publications in print that continue to prop Nikki up is a little bit of a turnoff, I think.
Here's my question, though. If she pulls off an upset in New Hampshire, then what? She's not going to win South Carolina.
Well, I was just going to ask you, do you think she's got a better chance of shocking the upset in New Hampshire or her own home state?
A lot of people that I talk to think that it can switch. The momentum can change if she wins just one state, a la what happened to Joe Biden in 2020. But I don't see that same comparison. Trump is running away with this thing in every other state. And it's a big if, by the way, everybody's putting all their chips into New Hampshire. If she pulls out a victory in New Hampshire, I don't see that as a turning point for the Haley campaign.
I agree with you. I also feel like this could be what we saw in Iowa, could be a theme where Trump not only rolls as a runaway freight train, but, and I have no idea how the resources are allocated between his actual war chest of money, so to speak, and super PACs that are allied with it, or in alignment with him. I mean, he could legitimately roll to victory and be like the second or third highest spender in all of these states from like an advertising standpoint, because the Democrats are doing the advertising for him. Every time they impeach, every time they indict, they are going, like, Donald Trump could actually save money, I think, because the left and the DOJ is so hell-bent on getting him out that they're basically doing the campaigning for him. All he has to do is say, hey, look what's going on here. I can pocket this money, so to speak. And I think some of the polling is reflective of that. I'm not saying it'll be like that in every state as we go along here, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the common theme that we saw in Iowa. So we'll see how that plays out.
I should have reported this earlier that the DeSantis campaign was crying foul.
I saw
because because the national media, and this is unusual, but the national media was declaring victory for Trump before the Iowa caucuses were over. That's very unusual, and that is a no-no.
We can get to that on the other side because
Okay.
I have a piece of audio that coincides with
All
that.
right, let's do that on the other side. But right now, got to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Yeah, bad weather, great day for the Honda Ridgeline truck. I rolled in here effortlessly, going about 42 miles an hour. Didn't slip once, but we have to talk about the luxury vehicles at Piazza Auto Group. And as we ring in a new year, our friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles want to wish everybody a happy 2024. And Piazza is excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Main Line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. You'll receive the same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles, and you can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brand like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make 2024 a year to remember, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Are you curious about QC Kinetics? Let me tell you what we do.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a medical director at QC Kinetics.
We treat people who have joint pain, and we use your body's healing properties, the things that you already have in you, in your blood, to heal your knee pain, your joint pain, your shoulder pain, your back pain. You have everything that you need in you already.
The same natural process that heals a cut on your finger also works inside your body.
And so what we do at QC Kinetics is take those healing properties, concentrate them down from your body, and put them where they need to go. We are the experts in regenerative medicine. That's all we do.
And best of all, there's no surgery, no downtime, or harmful drugs.
This is the future of medicine.
And your consultation is completely free. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
We all send our children to school to get educated, so when they finally graduate, they're more prepared to handle what life can deal them. We encourage you to get financially educated about the safe alternatives outside of Wall Street for your future retirement. This week's expert report highlights the importance of receiving such a financial education. A recent retirement literacy survey found an educational disconnect between investors who have an advisor and those that do not. The survey asked 3 questions about safe alternatives outside of Wall Street's risky business. Less than 1% of the respondents answered all 3 questions correctly. More than 75% answered all 3 questions incorrectly. The surveyors also found over 50% of participants were less comfortable assuming risk in their portfolio during retirement years, but only 19% were interested in guaranteed income throughout their retirement. Researchers concluded that the majority of those surveyed were not properly educated by their advisor or their firms, and wrongfully believed that the relationship between guaranteed income and reduced risk were mutually exclusive. It's never too late to receive your financial education. And by meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert, investors can access an exclusive proprietary financial study guide and learn how to protect your retirement savings with safe alternatives outside of Wall Street's risky business.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
7:38. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company rolling on live Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet in just about 7 minutes. 855-839-1210, the number. At 1210 WPHT on social media. And, of course, be heard in the comment section on YouTube if you prefer to watch the show. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let me grab Charles in Camden. He's got some thoughts on MSNBC and the way they covered Trump or did not cover Trump last night. Charles, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. How are you? Good morning, Dawn and Greg.
Morning. Hey.
You may recall a couple years ago when MSNBC got caught up in a snafu. I mean, it was like a big fib, right? And it cost one of the producers their job. She actually resigned. Her name was Ariana. And her parting words were, our viewers don't turn to us for news. They don't consider us news. They turn to us for comfort. So if that's the mindset over there at MSNBC and they're operating on that sort of thing, then is there any wonder why they wouldn't show us the Trump speech? It's kind of like lies by omission.
Yeah. Bias. It's omission. It's bias by omission. I mean, it's like Dawn always says, where they put such a slant on it that they just almost don't even cover it. So you're in the camp then, Charles, that Greg is in, that the viewers, they just want to be coddled and they don't want to see Donald or hear Donald Trump on television. So you're subscribing to that.
I think that's how MSNBC views them. It occurred to me also that there's a special cutout for the press in the Constitution, the First Amendment of the Constitution, but I can't imagine the founders or the framers thinking about a press that would lie to us. You know what I mean? So when they do things like this, isn't it sort of like a contribution to whatever side they're representing in kind?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to make, Charles. I still believe, and I think maybe you and Greg are right as far as what. And look, who knows? I mean, MSNBC might have data that says not showing Trump is good, or when they show too much of him live, it's a tune out or whatever. I mean, we're in a media world where, we have a lot of information as to what the consumer wants. But I do still think there is a portion of the Trump derangement syndrome faction out there that, as much as they want him gone from office, they relish him being in the cycle of news.
Before we get a comment from Dawn on this, just for those people just tuning in, because I know a lot of people are getting a late start this morning because of the snow. We played this in the 6 o'clock hour, but I'm going to play it again here. This is cut 10. This is Rachel Maddow last night on MSNBC deciding not to air the Trump speech. She said it's a decision that they do not relish. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Turns out they didn't.
Let me just interject. Sorry. I'm sorry, I just have to do a little bit of business just for a second. At this point in the evening, the projected winner of the Iowa caucuses has just started giving his victory speech. We will keep an eye on that as it happens. We will let you know if there's any news made in that speech, if there's anything noteworthy, something substantive and important. The reason I'm saying this is, of course, there is a reason that we and other news organizations have generally stopped giving an unfiltered live platform to remarks by former President Trump. It is not out of spite. It is not a decision that we relish. It is a decision that we regularly revisit. And honestly, earnestly, it is not an easy decision, but there is a cost to us as a news organization of knowingly broadcasting untrue things. That is a fundamental truth of our business and who we are. And so his remarks tonight will not air here live. We will monitor them and let you know about any news that he makes. Stephanie.
Did you notice in the beginning, and I was waiting to see if she mentioned his name later in the clip, and she does say President Trump, but in the beginning, she labels him as the winner of the she doesn't say him by name in the beginning. Now, I mean, obviously you can see on the graphic there it says Trump wins, but it was almost like she purposely omitted his name the first time.
Yep.
You pick up on that?
Yeah, that was not by mistake.
Yeah.
Not by mistake by any measure. No, and was it Andre mentioned the Constitution and the media? And what I'll say about that as far as First Amendment, ask yourself, why is it that the founders did not say anything about the media as far as, that we should be somehow accredited as journalists? Why is it that news people and networks and so on, you don't have to have a license? There's a reason. There's a reason for that, because the government should not ever be able to license or control an individual journalist. Mm-hmm. And so while we have a failure, and this is a massive failure of so-called mainstream media and so-called mainstream journalism will live. It's going to have a different look, because people who crave just the truth, they want people reporting things, they're going to look for other outlets. It might not, and that's why we see the networks dying. Mm-hmm. The networks are probably already dead, and they don't even know it.
Right.
But NBC, even NBC, CBS, ABC, and MS, whatever, they're all dead because they have lost or are currently losing credibility with being just telling it like it is.
And for the ratings that they still have, and I know we always talk about this, okay, well, Fox is crushing CNN, but Greg, you always point out, like, okay, they get 2.2 million viewers for this show in a nation of 340 million people. We are going to get to the point, and I think social media and the thirst for the truth has shown us. I mean, how many of these, yes, the Matt Taibbis, the Barry Weisses of the world, these are accredited, accomplished, award-winning journalists that have kind of gone on the independent path. But we now live in a world between all the social media platforms, the podcasts, the on-demand, the YouTubes, the Rumbles, where like even guys like Mark Fusetti doing, citizen journalism, Meg Brock, there are, now, can you monetize it? That's a totally different question for some of these people and make a living off of it. But there are sources out there in this day and age of technology advancements where you don't have to rely on the usual suspects anymore, whether that's Fox or the Washington Post or CNN or MSNBC or the New York Times or whoever, conservative or liberal media. And that's kind of one of the beauties of technology is you can go out and do your own thing these days.
Yeah.
It's just funny because in our world, the Iowa caucus is kind of like the shotgun start to the 2024 election. But in the rest of the world, it's the water cooler talk today is the Eagles and the snow.
Yep.
Nobody is paying attention to this. We said that with the ratings for the Trump town hall and the Haley DeSantis debate last week. Yeah, okay, great. Trump won. He got 4.2 million viewers on Fox. The CNN got 2.2. So you're telling me that, like I said, in a nation of 350 million people, 6 million people maybe watched these two, and some of them were overlaps. So let's be generous and say 6. I mean, that's not a ton of people. So yes, in the world that we live in, this is very, very big news. But in the rest of the world, it's not, especially on a Tuesday after a long weekend. And the Eagles coming out of the playoffs.
To your point, there was at the end of December, early January, some of the media watchdog companies put out the top 100 telecasts of 2023. 93 of the top 100 were football games. And if you look at where news and politics broadcasts fit in 2020, 15 of the top 100 were news and politics, COVID, election, things like that. 2021, 7. 2022, 3. 2023, 1. We have seen a decline, and maybe it's an election cycle thing, maybe it's a media fatigue thing, but to your point about news media dying, I mean, it might just be a Trump thing, it might be an election thing, but it's faded since Trump left office.
And I'm not downplaying the Iowa thing too, but we've said this from Jump Street that Iowa does not determine the election. Ted Cruz won the Iowa caucus in 2016 against Donald Trump. So to sit here and say that this has any bearing on what 2024 is going to look like, it absolutely does not. The same way, by the way, Nikki Haley winning, if she pulls out a victory in New Hampshire, the same way that has absolutely no bearing.
I will say this about Iowa this time around. It's a little different because of what we've been through as far as, yes, 2016, it's true, Ted Cruz won Iowa, but we're in a different era. We're now post-pandemic, January 6th behind us, multiple years. To me, this was Iowa giving the big middle finger to Democrats and to the media. That's what this was. But these people came out in frigid weather in force.
But it was a record low turnout. It was the
because
same
of the
turnout
cold,
in
Greg.
2012 when Mitt Romney and all them were on the ballot. So
I push back on that a bit. This was, I mean, more than half the country would not have stepped foot out of their house with that kind of. This is record cold for Iowa.
Well, we know Trump voters and caucus goers will walk on glass for him.
Well, Trump said, even if you're sick, show up, and even if you die and you pass away on your way to vote, it's worth it.
Yeah, that's nothing. That is nothing new because his voters will brave any conditions to come out and vote for him. So, yeah, look, I'm not downplaying what happened yesterday, but to say that this is a barometer of what 2024 is going to look like is, naive.
Well, it's going to be. I mean, you're going to think about 4 different eras, actually 5 different eras of politics. Think about where we were in 2012. Then Trump comes into the spectrum in 2016. Then all hell breaks loose in 20. Now you've got, post-pandemic, like Dawn said, a couple of years removed in 24. And then it'll change completely again in 2028 when Trump is, out of the equation because he's used up all of his opportunities, to run and or be in office. So fascinating stuff indeed. 7:49 here on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't let the weather deter you from going out. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right. Dawn mentioned before the 7:30 break about the DeSantis campaign, and Dawn, you could fill in any of the holes that I'm missing here. The DeSantis campaign calling shenanigans because of the networks calling Iowa for Trump too early when people were still, I don't want to say voting, but caucusing, right? Anything I'm missing there?
It was the Associated Press, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC called the race for Trump 30 minutes after the caucuses began at 7 p.m. And so, indeed, only a handful of the precincts had race results reported by that point. They called it that early.
So Brett Baer addressed this on Fox News last night. I'm going to start with cut 19 here, Phil. On Fox, calling the Iowa caucus early. This was his explanation for that. Cut 19. Phil, go.
For that silver medal, Bill. Thanks. Let's check in with our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. You know, it's interesting for the call, Britt. Obviously, it happens very early. Number of networks, including Fox, making that call. AP. We have AP, Associated Press. We have the Fox News voter analysis, along with the Associated Press, this rolling poll of caucus goers, as well as the raw total of votes coming in. Once that was overwhelming on the analysis of that, we could make the call. In the caucuses, when the doors close for the caucuses, that is when the official time is to be able to characterize the race. And so that's how that develops that early. Again, there's a lot of controversy around it because people were inside and obviously had their phones. But that's how the rules go for Iowa.
Well, and you also have to, the reason why people worry about calling these races too soon is that in some places people haven't voted. That makes a lot of sense in a general election where people walk in, they cast their ballot, and they leave. And if they hear about it ahead of time, they may decide not even to bother. But we're talking here about people who come out on a cold night to gather to the caucus site, and the doors have closed, and nobody can get in, and so their opportunity to vote remains. It's hard to believe that very many people would say, "Oh my goodness, the race has been called. I'm going home." I don't think so. So I think it's the impact of it seems to me to be the premise is doubtful.
And then, what's your overall impression of the night and this big win? We don't know how big, but it's going to be significant.
Well, let's not forget that second place has led to a lot of people winning the nomination in Iowa. After Iowa, you finish second in Iowa, it's worth something. There are a lot of places where it wouldn't be, and in the coming races in the future, it won't be as much. But out here, you win second, you survive, you go on, and who knows, you might win a nomination. A number of second-place finishers have.
Okay, so DeSantis is essentially claiming shenanigans that the networks jumped the gun too soon, is what you were setting up before. I would say this, and this is not to defend the networks by any stretch, but you lost by 14,000 votes, and this is a network that also, and when you talk about MSNBC, didn't air Trump at all, and CNN with Jake Tapper bailed out after 18 seconds, and half of that, Tapper was speaking over Trump. I don't think there's any media shenanigans from the standpoint of rushing to judgment to crown Trump. They don't even want to acknowledge him half the time.
Yeah. Well, we started off the show with this. Donald Trump decisively won the Iowa caucus. This is how Jake Tapper called it last night. Cut 18 here. Phil, go.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the Iowa caucuses. CNN can make this projection based on his overwhelming lead in our entrance poll of Iowa caucus goers and some initial votes that are coming in. The former president pulling off a huge early victory in his bid to return to the White House. Trump easily defeating his top opponents, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, who are now in a high-stakes fight for second place. Let's go to Aaron Burnett at the panel. Aaron, not a surprise, but still, this is the earliest I can remember ever calling such a thing.
Jake Tapper's been doing this since World War II, and he's never called it that soon. You know what's interesting, too, about if you're a caucus goer and you're showing up and you get wind of that a network has called it 30 minutes in or whatever, I mean, if you truly value your right to vote and the fact that you own, so to speak, that singular vote that is, inherently in the possession of you still go. Whether your guy's down 14,000 votes and they try to call it, or 1,400 or 14 votes, I would still show up, me personally, if I saw on social media or I heard on the radio or a streaming service or on TV, I would still go and make my voice heard, regardless of what a network is saying is the case that it's over. That would just be me, though.
Well, and they made the point that they go in. So once you're in, you've already made it there. So I think that's interesting that part of their reasoning was, well, anybody who was going to vote in the caucus, they were already inside.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how true. I don't know how true that really is, or if they've closed the doors and nobody else can come in. All I know is that we're talking about wind chills recorded like Sioux City. It was more than 30 degrees below zero.
My God.
So I went to journalism school in
I don't know, the
Minneapolis.
Kansas City Chiefs played in that on Saturday night, and there
30
was,
below?
There was yes.
Was it 30 below?
Yes,
That's pretty bad.
with the wind chill factor, and there was almost a full stadium. So, people come out when they care about it. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
and I mean, I don't know, as far as the one thing I will say about going out in that is that you, depending on your vehicle, if your skin is exposed when it's that cold, that sort of thing. So if somebody's elderly, if they're a senior citizen, or if their vehicle is not up to snuff, those are all considerations. I'm sure that they'll do some post analysis and get from people why they didn't go. But 30 below zero to go out in the evening to caucus, I think for a lot of people who have to travel, I think it's tough. I really think that the weather, they had predicted this would be a record-setting caucus as far as the most that they've ever had until the brutal weather moved in.
Right.
Trump took to the podium after his decisive victory that we heard Jake Tapper reluctantly call last night. I'm going to go to cut 15. I have a few cuts from Trump from last night. This is him talking about rebuilding these cities, after Democrat-run cities have gone to hell. Cut 15, Phil, go.
And we want a country of law and order. So we're going to rebuild the capital of our country, Washington, D.C. We're going to scrub those beautiful marble columns and get the swastikas off them, and we're going to scrub them and get the graffiti off them, and we're going to clean the streets, and we're going to rebuild the streets, and we're not going to have rusted medians through the middle that are falling down into the roads where foreign dignitaries from all over the world come and they look. And we're not going to be riding on top of garbage like I did just a month ago, riding on top of garbage. We're going to rebuild our beautiful Washington, D.C., and we're going to take control of it, and we're going to make unbelievably harsh penalties for people that go around shooting. Last week they shot 3 people, and every night something happens. It's so sad. And likewise, we're going to rebuild our cities, and we'll work with the Democrats to do it. I'd be glad to work with the people in New York. We're going to work with the people in Chicago and L.A. We're going to rebuild our cities, and we're going to make them safe.
There you go. Donald Trump here for Nazacourt. Also, it's a shame MSNBC didn't carry that because he said he was going to scrub the swastikas. That's very un-Hitler-esque of a guy that was been portrayed to be Hitler.
To my point earlier,
yes.
that's Rachel Maddow, because he's not screaming or a madman. Didn't that sound quite reasonable?
Yeah, very kind of low energy Trump, to be honest. I know you guys were off yesterday, but he talks about the rebuilding the Democrat-run cities that have been destroyed with law and order. We have 2,400 shortage of officers in Chicago, 800 plus in Philadelphia. Tony and I went through the top 5 cities, including Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, L.A., with the shortage of officers. And I don't know if you heard this story over the weekend, but to his point with law and order, Alameda in California is now offering officers a starting salary of $113,000 and a $75,000 signing bonus. I mean, 75 grand and $113 a year to be a police officer in the Bay Area, and they're still struggling to get people to sign up.
I gotta say, it's interesting too that he's talking about cities that have gone to hell, and he didn't mention Philadelphia. I'm just like the lack of attention to Pennsylvania and Philadelphia from the Trump campaign is alarming.
It could be the reason why he loses. That's fair speculation, considering Joe's been here 17 stinking times.
Do they just think Pennsylvania is not winnable anymore?
I don't think I disagree with you, Greg. He might not come to Philadelphia because, well, as he famously said, bad things happen in Philadelphia. But he campaigned heavily in Pennsylvania, just not the city of Philadelphia. I agree with you.
I think he's assuming Philly's a lost cause.
But
then?
if he did come here, I think he may be pleasantly surprised.
But he's not going to win
saying.
New York City or the city of Chicago either. So like, what's up? So why
New York?
call them out?
Oh no, Greg. New York has. I'm telling you, watch the special election that's upcoming in Long Island. New York, something.
Yeah, but Long Island is not New York City.
I know, Greg, but watch it. Look at what's happening. People are peed off. Democrats in Brooklyn are having fits.
You think he's going to win New York City?
I'm saying that he thinks he can win New York State. They're in trouble. I'm saying that I'm saying that.
I will
just
give you
telling
$1,000 if he wins New York.
New York State?
Yes. Any of New York. Like, no.
Other than Buffalo, I don't know where he wins New York.
New York State, maybe.
Upstate,
Well,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Buffalo's Trump country.
Come on. Just saying. All right. He also thanked.
You're don't ignore this crisis that's happening in New York right now. It's a huge issue. Hochul's budget coming out today, and to have billions spent just to pay the migrants. By the way, the cops in New York leaving because they only get so they're facing pay cuts because of the migrant crisis.
Yeah, we talked about
that
yesterday.
Right? So you've got first responders that are saying, well, I'm going to retire now because I don't want to retire at my 20% cut that this is delivering. This is a disaster.
Oh, and by the way, you mentioned Chicago, too. Brandon Johnson's facing hardcore questioning by the media in Chicago. We played a clip yesterday about whether he would raise taxes to deal with the immigrant crisis in Chicago. It really could go back. It could blow up in the Dems' face. It could. Will Trump win New York? I don't think he will, but I'll keep praying.
New York City. Okay.
Yeah.
No, New York State, I said. I was talking about Kathy Hochul, the governor.
Yeah, I don't think he'll win the state either, but I
speaking
can root for it.
Speaking of Illinois, I'm going to go to cut 11 here, Phil. Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker was on MSNBC, and he says that Trump's blowout win in Iowa shows weakness of Donald Trump. This is I don't know how he comes to this. I mean, he explains it, but this
blowout win results in weakness.
This is by far the biggest load of crap answer I've ever heard.
That would be like saying the Eagles showed a lot of strength last night in a 23-point loss. Okay, we got it.
Cut 11, Phil, go.
Well, I think Joy had it right. Almost half of the base of the Republican Party showing up for this caucus tonight voted against Donald Trump. Think about that. I mean, this is the most famous Republican. He's the guy who, basically built the modern Republican Party, the MAGA Republican Party that Democrats are running against. And half the people in that party didn't vote for Donald Trump. So I think that is telling. It tells you the weakness of Donald Trump and also the opportunity for Democrats. Because in the end, look, if the base doesn't turn out for Donald Trump in the general election enthusiastically, and Democrats turn out its base, this is all about, independents. And independents don't like Donald Trump. So I think we're in a pretty good place tonight to see what's happening on the Republican side. If Donald Trump, in fact, is the winner tonight and able to win in New Hampshire and in South Carolina, probably the race is over. But the truth is that all of these candidates are running as sort of mini-me Trump Republicans. They all have exactly the position that you mentioned earlier, 6-week ban on abortion. They want a national abortion ban. The Republican Party is standing against working families, and Donald Trump is representative of, I think, everything that is wrong with the current environment in politics.
Wow.
So you could have stopped that clip right after he said Joy Reid is right, because Joy Reid is never right. Secondly, if he thinks that the Trump base is not going to show up, I mean, he's absolutely drunk on live television.
Exactly.
And it took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total candidates, 2 through 6, DeSantis, Haley, Ramaswamy, Binkley, Hutchinson, and Christie to account for those 49% that didn't go Trump. I mean, Trump swept all 99 counties. How you arrive at the conclusion that Trump blew out the competition yet exuded weakness is a staggering take to have in that 2-minute clip we just played. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't know what I mean, to say that to say that that the Republican base isn't fired up and won't vote for Donald Trump, but the Democrat base will for Biden is completely misreading the room.
Yes, every poll, every story, every report, every source with knowledge of the situation has said that there's basically no excitement for the Biden campaign and the Biden administration for a second go around. I mean, they've basically said it as nicely as they can that we would love to replace Joe, and Joe could still get replaced at some point this summer at the convention. And how about that guy too at the end there saying how Trump has basically stripped away money from the working class families. Working class families under Joe Biden have had to pick up second and third jobs. He missed the mark on everything.
Yeah. Ron DeSantis came in second place, but may I just say once again, barely. He barely came in second place. Exactly. He gave his speech last night after his second place finish, and he's declaring victory. He says they threw everything but the kitchen sink at us, and the media was writing our obituary months ago. So he doesn't have it doesn't seem like he has any plans on dropping out. We will see. Cut 13, Phil, go.
We love you too. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. They spent almost $50 million attacking us. No one's faced that much all the way just through Iowa. The media was against us. They were writing our obituary months ago. They even called the election before people even got a chance to vote. But they were just so excited about the fact that they were predicting that we wouldn't be able to get our ticket punched here out of Iowa. But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa.
You know, I've always found it interesting to have everything but the kitchen sink thrown at you.
Yeah.
I mean, it would really hurt, I would assume, if the kitchen sink actually hit you upside the head. So this is another thing where I think DeSantis misses the mark, and he's delusional. Media attacks and, going after our credibility. Like, does he not realize that anything he experiences, Trump experiences 10 times over, as far as, the media attacks and all that other stuff?
He's trying to take that page from the Trump's playbook. The media is against us, and this is against us, and that. It may all be true, but it's been done before. People have seen this before.
Yeah, it's the one thing where the Democrat from Illinois that you played last clip actually got right when he says everybody's trying to be a mini Trump with being under attack. It's true, they are all under attack because they just have an R under their name or in front of their name, but no, I think DeSantis misses the mark again.
Mango Mush on YouTube says Ron had no mustard last night.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Mustard.
He had no relish, no onions.
All right, let me ask you guys this then: if he took second place, albeit barely, but he took second place last night. Does this extend his campaign? Does he keep going? And when does he drop out?
They're both officially out by Super Tuesday. I think one drops after New Hampshire, the other drops after South Carolina. That would be my guess.
Dawn?
I can't imagine either one of them getting to St. Patty's Day.
I don't know.
I think one of them's going to stick it out for the long haul?
I think Nikki Haley, for some reason, I just think because Ron DeSantis is younger, he's still in his early 40s, and he has a job. Nikki Haley is not governor as DeSantis is. So I would bet on DeSantis dropping out beforehand because he mitigates the loss. And who does he endorse? He endorses Trump.
Are you arguing that Ron's still in his prime and Nikki's not?
No, sir. I'm saying he has a job right now. Yeah. He has a full-time gig.
Yep.
He's the governor of Florida, and I think he wants to save face with that. So he still has a job. Nikki Haley, in essence, I mean, she's not governor. She's not, UN representative. So I think Nikki Haley was energized by this.
I do too.
And so I think
I agree with you. Yep.
I think she stays.
I think if I had to go gun to my head, make a bet that matters, that DeSantis bows out before Haley. Plus, Haley's got some of the big donor backing that left for so. And we know the agenda here that's pushing Nikki through to the finish line. So I could see that.
So she's what?
91 LSXer says, do Nikki and Ron last longer than Nick's dry spell? 610-630.
My dry spell's still going, pal.
Good for you.
How about
Good
that?
for you.
January 16th. Although I came close watching the Eagles.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So Nikki Haley, one of the stats that her campaign is giving out, 64% of moderates. That's her claim, that she gets the vast majority of moderates.
Yeah, well, she's the polling numbers I gave you earlier from CBS YouGov. She's got 59% of the independents, whereas Trump and DeSantis are at 54 and 55.
Wow. All right, let's go to Nikki Haley. She looked at last night as a big victory for her campaign. She says, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
When you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond, I can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership?
There you go. Okay, the message is much better, and the accent is different. But I'm going to say something that might irk a lot of people, and yes, I get it. Nikki Haley would dance circles around the person I'm about to mention. But there are times, and I think that clip kind of just triggered a thought in my head, where I feel like Nikki Haley is delivering speeches like Kamala Harris. Like she's
come on.
Not from a dumbing it down standpoint or a word salad standpoint, and maybe it's a Southern thing. I've lived in the South for almost 5 years, so I get it. There's a slow draw delivery where it's like she's talking to 5-year-olds there.
No, she's not.
Do you want and I'm just thinking like
that's the way she speaks.
It's the same cadence though as Kamala Harris.
No, it is not.
We gotta do a compare and contrast.
Play Kamala from back when she was a senator. She spoke differently.
Okay.
Nikki Haley consistently. She's a Southerner from South Carolina.
I know. I'm giving you my honest. When I hear that, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm like, that's the same speed of delivery.
No way. Kamala sounds.
Like she's on
Kamala's
pills,
speech is thick, as if she's medicated somehow.
Nikki sounds a little thick there.
No.
Greg's like, yeah. He's like, I like it thick.
I'm just happy you're arguing with Dawn and I'm not.
Yeah. You sit this one out, pal.
No, I'll tell you what, when Senator Rand Paul, that was a big deal to me on Friday.
Team Never Nikki. I've been saying that for weeks.
I know.
That the Trump base, I'm telling you, they're turned off by her.
You have been.
Yep, and he said it.
But I don't know. I mean, for Rand Paul to come out that strong against her, to say, she's part of the swamp, that she's a warmonger.
Pro-China.
Yeah, I was, because I respect him. And even if, I know he's in a more independent flair than maybe a lot of mainstream Republicans, but I love him. And that weighed heavily with me that he said that.
Let me just say this. At 8:14 on Tuesday, January 16th, I'm going to take the wind out of a lot of people's sails who may not want Trump to be the nominee. Nikki Haley will not be the Republican nominee in 2024. Nope. Not a chance.
Nope.
Now, the one thing I will say be on the lookout for is a Trump-Haley ticket. I know Dawn has been on this.
Hello.
I'm
Even though I love Sarah Huckabee Sanders, I hope it's her.
I think that they could, some sort of a deal could be reached where they kind of join forces, and you know what I mean. So I didn't think that until last night, but there is this. They're trying this uniparty thing that to like unite the, people who might be on the fence about Trump or won't vote for him with him.
Well, 2 days ago, I think it was on Sunday, the reports came out from two people within Trump's camp that said it's a very, very high possibility or a high probability that Vivek Ramaswamy will not be the VP for Trump.
There's zero chance he's going to be the VP.
But he could be in the cabinet.
Yes, yeah, he could absolutely be in a cabinet somewhere. There's no doubt about it. And I would absolutely suggest that to Trump somewhere.
Let me ask you guys this. If that happens, and I still think it's kind of a long shot. I still think Tulsi Gabbard will be his VP. But if it does happen, are there more people that sit out and won't vote for her, or are there more people that say, okay, she's on the ticket, I'll vote for him?
More people will support. I think he gets, with Nikki on the ticket, he gets some of those, those moderates, some of those people that were on the fence, maybe from an abortion messaging standpoint, because she has framed it and positioned it very well. I cannot envision, and I think this is the way you framed it. Are you asking if there's anybody that will sit out on Trump?
No.
Okay.
I 100% know there are. But is it enough to counterbalance the people who will vote for that ticket because of her on the... Not that anybody votes for a vice president, because they don't.
Right.
So, and is the hatred for Trump that strong that people would not vote for him under any circumstances, even if she's the...
Well, I definitely think there's definitely the hatred is so strong for some that it doesn't matter. When we hear the word "never Trumper," I mean that's I think some people take that to the grave with them.
Yeah. Donald Trump congratulated Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley last night, and he says he thinks they actually did very well. This is cut 16. Phil, go.
The senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie.
There you go.
Yeah, he thought Ron and Nikki, they had a nice little respectable showing as they dueled and jousted for second and third place. It's a good little spot for them, second, silver, and bronze.
Just shows you. I mean, it's like, we always say, "Oh, look at them! They're really going after each other hard." It's all wrestling. It's all pro wrestling.
Of course it is.
It's all pro wrestling.
And it's politics. It's dirty. You do whatever you take to make the other person look terrible.
On MSNBC last night, going to cut 17 here, Phil. On MSNBC last night, Joy Reid suggested that Nikki Haley won't become the nominee because of... I'll give you one guess why she won't become the nominee.
Too many white people.
Racism!
Okay, I knew it had to be something like that.
Cut 17, go.
New Hampshire. And I think to the point that you made, Steph, I mean, it's the elephant in the room. She's still a brown lady that's got to try to win in a party that is deeply anti-immigrant and which accepts the notion that you can say immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. She's getting, birthered by Donald Trump. And I don't care how much the Democrats likes her, which will ramp up a lot, the better she does in New Hampshire. So it's still a challenge. I don't see how she becomes the nominee of that party with Donald Trump still around. I can't picture it happening. Maybe it could happen. Ron DeSantis' only argument for staying in it is he's the white guy, that he can still make the appeal to white evangelists.
Oh, yes, and I think Joy Reid also went on to say that there was too many white evangelical Christians in Iowa. I think I heard that headline thrown out as well. Nice to see that Joy went back to the bleach blonde look. Always a good look for when Joy lightens up the hair. So, yeah, once again, here's what I would say to that. This, I think, ties into what you have said, Greg, that not everybody is in the weeds. Most people are very entry level, not paying attention to certain things, and only come around in the final 6 weeks or whatever. I would be willing to bet a sizable amount of money that matters to me. So, like, we'll call it $10. That if you just polled casual people on the streets and you said, hey, Nikki Haley, or you even held up a picture of Nikki Haley, I think a lot of people, regardless of political party or affiliation, would just assume that Nikki Haley's a white girl. I really believe that. Like, when you look at Nikki Haley, you do not see woman of color.
It's ridiculous.
So the fact that Joy Reid is making those points that Nikki's got no chance because she's brown, like the casual person looks at Nikki Haley, and I said this last week, she looks like Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell 30 years later.
Well, I mean, Joy Reid is a dummy. Like,
I know.
There's not a brain cell in her head, and she sees everything through the lens of racism. So, of course, she would come to that conclusion. But yeah, I agree with you. Nobody looks at her and says, "Well, there's a minority."
Right.
And by the way, it's an insult to minorities.
Yes. But it's just Joy, like the oblivious, dumb entry level, like, oh, when in doubt, it's racism.
She's a brown woman. What a dumb statement.
But that shows you how she sees people. That's how she thinks. That's how she sees people.
I mean, her name is, and I know she, shortened it.
Nesferatu or something?
Right. Nikki Haley. You see a picture. Like, if Phil could throw up a still photo of Nikki Haley, I would be willing to bet like 82% of people that don't really know anything about Nikki Haley would say, oh, yeah, white lady from South Carolina.
Nimrata, right?
Yeah, right there's a still shot of
Nimrata.
Nikki. Yeah. God. Joy Reid. Yeah. Her and Maddow ought to have a joust at WrestleMania. Only one can survive.
Lisa McHale on the YouTube chat brings up something interesting. She says, if you go back to the Trump clip at the very end, he calls out Carrie Lake. What's Carrie Lake doing there?
I saw a video of her last night. She was in the parking lot talking about how cold it was, and she was like videotaping with her phone about how many cars were out there, and she wants to be Trump's VP.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Dan Weston on the YouTube chat says Trump plus Noam equals 2024 Dream Team. So I don't know. I don't see the Kristi Noam thing. I mean, for him, I mean, I would put Nikki Haley ahead of Kristi Noam.
So you got Haley ahead of Noam, ahead of Lake, but behind Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr.
No shot. It's not going to be a dude.
Yeah.
And it probably won't be Vivek, even though he would be, the minority male. So with Nikki, you get obviously female and obviously minority, even though some might not realize she's a minority. Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, yeah, I would say it's probably Gabbard, Haley, 1, 2, or vice versa. Take your pick. Nikki, Carrie Lake, no shot, and there was another female you mentioned.
Kristi Noem. Elise Stefanik, New York.
No.
Well, I tell you what, after Stefanik roasted Harvard, her stock went up a little bit.
It did. I mean, I always loved her, but I know Sarah Huckabee Sanders reportedly was upsetting the Trump campaign last summer because they felt like she should have come out sooner with the big endorsement. But I love Sarah, so I'm just gonna privately root for her.
Here's why I say no to Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Carrie Lake. They don't soften the edges for Trump enough.
Agreed.
Yeah, Carrie, you talk about a mini me. Oh, DeSantis is a mini me. Carrie Lake is a mini me of Trump. She's female Trump. Won't work. Sarah Huckabee, I think she's fantastic as a press secretary. I think she's done a great job as governor. She's got the lineage with her father, the whole bit. But I think some people think she's a little too rough. She's got that look on her face sometimes. I know that's superficial, but I think sometimes that matters to people. I think Nikki Haley softens edges, smooths things over. The abortion message carries weight with Nikki Haley the way she's positioned it. I would put Nikki ahead of those two.
But Carrie Lake is running. She's releasing these ads, and she wants to be a senator. Right. So she's moving forward with that one. I think that Carrie Lake has not won any place, and so that's the number one reason I think she won't get in. I think Kristi Noem, although I love her, she has some personal baggage. It's not going to happen. And so I think it's either, like you said, Nikki Haley, or it's a woman. I think it's a woman, but I think it's Nikki Haley, or it could be Elise Stefanik, or I think it could be Sarah Huckabee Sanders, but I think it will be a woman. I disagree that Sarah Huckabee Sanders was excellent as the press secretary, as Trump's spokesperson.
Yep.
And she can articulate the abortion issue, in my opinion, better than Nikki Haley. I don't know about Elise Stefanik because I've not heard Stefanik talk about it.
Yeah.
But then earlier we talked about the New York race. Does he go with somebody like Stefanik hoping to get New York? I don't know. But he needs a woman because of abortion.
He's not going to win New York. New York City is the same size as the rest of New York State.
I know.
He's not going to win New York.
I know, but I'm saying that Trump is somebody who has said that. He has said that he's going to campaign in New York, Minnesota. Obviously, I think he's going to win Michigan because of what's going on with Michigan.
Hey, and by the way, speaking of Michigan, the first time in 8 years with Trump that he leads Biden in the Detroit News poll since 2016. He's never led that poll before. That came out over the weekend, by the way.
Yeah, and part of that is Michigan has a huge population of folks who are of Middle East descent, and they are furious with the Biden policy right now with the Middle East.
Yeah. All right, that'll do it for Part 1A of what's on the cut sheet. Part 1B on the other side, Part 2 or Part 3, if you want to call it that, about an hour from now. Quick break, more of the cut sheet as we continue the day after Iowa. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, it was a devastating loss for our Philadelphia Eagles last night for a super wild card weekend. But now we're on to the divisional round, and what a better time to get in on the action than right now when you don't have any skin in the game. You don't care who wins. So why not put a little action on it? You'll have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. New customers can get started with a $150 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So look ahead to next weekend. Find a game you're interested in. Place $5 back. You can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. Present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna and New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, 8:31 Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Part 1 of the cut sheet in the books. Part 2 or 3, depending on how you want to look at it, about 1 hour from now. Part 1B or Part 2 coming up here in just a moment. Harry Mays will join us at 9:30 as the Eagles season comes to a close. We also have a Big 3 with Dawn coming up in a little bit. A lot of news that she will have for you there. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in as we continue, as Stocker's got a whole phone book worth of cut sheet material.
Just a few more cuts here from last night, the big Iowa caucus. Rachel Maddow on MSNBC suggested that the GOP will nominate Trump, and then he's going to be convicted. So she made this prediction last night. This is cut 20. Phil, go.
Again, though, big picture is the big picture here. This means that of people turning out to caucus in Iowa, a third of them think that if Donald Trump is convicted, he is not fit to be president. In this incredibly conservative electorate where Trump is going to run away with the Iowa caucuses by a mile and then some, still a third of that electorate says if he's convicted, they're going to nominate him nationwide? Yeah. When even a third of Iowa caucus goers say no, he can't be president if he's convicted? I'm sorry, but he's going to be convicted.
You know, it probably drives her absolutely up a wall that 63% would still vote for him and deem him fit if convicted. Because the reality is, look at all, and I know you guys were off yesterday, Fannie Willis on Sunday going to church saying, oh, just because I'm a black female doesn't mean I'm 100% perfect and I make mistakes. I mean, there are people, including a former Obama-appointed attorney general and prosecutor, that says Fannie Willis should be removed from office for what she is alleged to have done. So Rachel Maddow can position this any way she wants. The reality is a overwhelming majority of Trump supporters believe that these are all politically motivated prosecution and persecutions. We talk about the word being fit for president. I mean, it's really hard for you to throw stones when your candidate, and I'm talking about Joe Biden, legitimately not fit physically, mentally, or with skins on the wall, so to speak. In what category does Joe check a box to be fit for a second term? Spoiler alert, he doesn't.
Lawrence O'Donnell last night says that Nikki Haley can't win because Republicans believe her blood is poisoned. My God. I can't believe these people get paid for this.
They take any word. Dictator day one, blood poisoned.
Luckily, because of the NFL playoffs last night and everything else, nobody watched any of the coverage whatsoever. Fox will have won the night. I'm calling it right now. Fox will have won the night. MSNBC will come in probably second, but a distant second, kind of like Ron DeSantis did. Lawrence O'Donnell, this is cut 21, Phil, go.
The worst thing we've learned about the Republican primary electorate is not yet in these entrance polls questions tonight. The CBS poll, their final poll before the Iowa caucus, this is a national poll, shows that 81% of Republican primary voters and caucus participants, 81% of those people agree with Donald Trump that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country. That means that 81% of the Republican primary electorate believe Nikki Haley has poisoned blood.
They're really
and
leaning
is
into this, aren't
poisoning
they?
the blood
Yes.
of the United States. So that as a roadblock for Nikki Haley is impossible, but it also shows you what you're up against in any kind of campaign against voters like that. The convertibility of voters like that to anything other than the Trump view of the world is impossible. There's no campaign ad. There's no speech you can make. There's no, Republican who Chris Christie might be able to convince some of them. Not them. Not any of the 81%. Not one of them can be converted.
Sorry.
Or a majority of us with a functional brain believe that to be nothing more than hyperbole and rhetoric coming out of Trump's mouth as far as the poisoning of the blood. Like no, we're actually taking IVs and injecting people. No, the reality is, you want to talk about poison, okay? What comes up through the southern border that is known as poison that kills countless people in America?
Yeah.
Fentanyl.
Well, here they just it's funny, these pundits that, the collective salary at that table last night was probably about $50 million.
Yeah,
honestly.
with Rachel and Joy accounting for 50% of that.
And the fact that they don't understand, that they have no idea, like, people aren't not voting for Haley because she's an immigrant. Like, that plays into nobody's decision.
No.
It's the fact that they view her as establishment. It's the fact that they view her as a war hawk. Whatever you want to say. Mm-hmm. Immigrant plays no role in any of their thoughts in this.
And I would actually take it a step further and argue there's probably a small percentage that don't want or don't believe we could have and succeed with a female president in this country.
Sure.
I truly believe there are some men out there like, oh, we're never going to see a
Sure.
woman. She's not blah, blah, blah. Whatever. That percentage is probably small, but it exists. The immigrant thing, because like I said 10 minutes ago, I think most people think Nikki Haley that are uneducated probably just think she's a white lady.
It's
so stupid.
Are they stupid, or are they just telling people what they want to hear?
They have nothing else. They can't prop up the Democrat. They can't talk about and tout Biden's successes. So they take small little clips out of context that are tongue-in-cheek, made in jest, and they build their whole network of programming around it. It's exhausting, actually.
Here's the thing: is that, like, there's nobody on that panel or on that set that's gonna just kind of argue with them just for the sense, even if they don't believe it. Just argue with them for the sense of arguing. At least just make it entertaining TV.
At least Fox,
Yes.
when they had the 5, they'll trot out Harold Ford, very moderate Democrat. They'll trot out the more liberal, oh my God, what is her name, Dawn?
Tarlov.
Jessica Tarlov. At least they give Democrats and they give you the counter viewpoint. And sometimes Ford agrees with a lot of the Republican commentary from, either the judge or Jesse or Gutfeld or Dana Perino. MSNBC doesn't even try to give you, even to your point, for the sake of playing theater or playing TV or this is radio, like, they don't even bother to do it. It's just 100% the opposite, full speed, by the way. I mean, that was probably that individual there because that panel had a lot of opinion people on it. I'll at least, and I joke and I bust stones about Brett Baer putting me to sleep. At least he is a maestro in those election night settings. He is the perfect guy to kind of lead that. He bobs and weaves, and there were some people on that Fox set. Britt Hume will put, he'll drive you off the Schuylkill. But my God, I mean, NBC's just throwing out opinion people. I mean, maybe there was one. I guess Karnacki. I guess when he's up on the board, that's just facts and numbers. But
I just to have a they say that conservatives they only want to hear what they believe, but like liberals, like there's nobody on that set to challenge anything anybody says.
True.
At least CNN and Fox, to their credit, have somebody in there who says, "Well, maybe not that," but like everybody just throws out these dumb opinions, and the whole set just sits there and goes, "Yeah,
They yuck it up.
Yep, I agree."
They roll around in it.
That's not entertaining television.
No.
Vivek Ramaswamy suspended his campaign last night after getting 7.7% vote, or caucus, whatever you call it, last night. This is cut 14. This is his speech afterwards. Cut 14. Phil, go.
Not just to the Democrats, but to our own side, and not just to other campaigns and candidacies, but to ours. And so I will stick to the truth tonight. The first hard truth, and this one's hard for me. I got to admit this.
Oh, boy.
But we've looked at it every which way, and I think it is true that we did not achieve the surprise that we wanted to deliver tonight. And I think that that's just a hard fact that we're going to have to accept as a campaign. And the question then is, what do we do that is right for our country? And so Purv and I, we actually didn't make this contingency plan before everybody told us to. We said, no, we're not doing that. But we talked about it tonight. We took a little bit of time in our apartment in Des Moines before coming here to make some hard choices. And I wanted to make a couple of announcements tonight to get the business out of the way. And then I want to tell you where we're going. As of this moment, we are going to suspend this presidential campaign. And this is going to have to be, there's no path for me to be the next president absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country. And I think that I am very worried for our country. I think we are skating on thin ice as a nation. We have done everything in our part to make, and done, every one of us in this room has done our part to save this country. And I am so proud of every one of you who have lifted us up. But we're a campaign founded on the truth. And so that's why we've made that decision today. And I'm also making the decision that this has to be
Boy, he loves to talk,
an America First candidate.
Loves himself some sim.
As I've said since the beginning, there are 2 America First candidates in this race. And earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump to tell him that I congratulated him on his victory.
I'll take a spot in the cabinet.
Now going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. And I think we're going to do the right thing for this country.
There you go.
Well, he's been a Trump supporter from day one. He was down in Miami. I mean, he told every other GOP nominee to, hey, if Trump gets his name removed, you should remove your name from ballots as well. You could tell the writing was on the wall when he came out there with no hair product in. His hair's sticking up. It's a total mess. He looks like he got electrocuted. The wife crying in the background like, Vivek was diagnosed with a terminal disease. But, look, honestly, in all sincerity, I think he did a very good job. He made headlines. He made a name for himself. Almost 8%. Did far better. We talked about carving out a path and everybody finding a lane. He had far much more success than Chris Christie. And I know that's not, of course, anybody had more success. But the guy's 38, 39 years old. He's got a future. I don't know if I necessarily believe everything he says. He's a little too polished, I think, at times with the talking points. But no, I like him overall. I think he's a good option.
And you announced earlier, Dawn, that coming up at 10:05, Kathy Barnett on your program, right?
Yeah, right at 10, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
We'll talk to Kathy about her next steps. And I'm more interested in some of her behind-the-scenes stories, what she experienced. This was a first for her to be part of the team on a major presidential campaign, and involved in the Iowa caucus, but obviously involved stumping on the campaign trail. So she has some great stories and interesting perspective about Trump, about all the candidates, and so I can't wait to hear.
All right. That'll do it for part 2 of the cut sheet. Maybe a part 3 coming up after Harry Mays. He'll join us at 9:30. And then we will come back top of the hour. Dawn will have a big 3. We'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour on the other side as Joe Biden hits a 15-year low, and then also still ahead in the 9 o'clock hour. What Germany and Russia are involved in, and also what Iran is claiming responsibility for. As we continue, Kayal and Company Tuesday morning, we're back after this.
Hey, you can make the decision right now, get lasting relief from that horrible joint pain you've been suffering with. Do this for the new year. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain, in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back. Just call QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. And your body, believe this or not, it's true. Your body has what it needs to restore and actually repair that damaged joint tissue. QC Kinetics makes it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments has arrived. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers treating tens of thousands of satisfied patients across the country, and I've seen it firsthand. Visiting the QC Kinetics in King of Prussia, KOP. Great board-certified QC Kinetics providers, and some of you have told me how one guy told me, Dawn, it's a miracle. People with back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis, or maybe that past injury. So this is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment, and it gets you moving again. Get your life back. Do this. It is non-surgical. So if this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, just take the first step. Call QC Kinetics, get a free consultation, and put it on the calendar right now. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, you're going to thank me. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Foreigner and Styx, July 28th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Check out Chicago and Earth, Wind & Fire, July 31st at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And see Sebastian Maniscalco, September 27th at Wells Fargo Center. More at LiveNation.com, but don't forget Foreigner and Styx, Chicago and Earth, Wind & Fire, and Sebastian Maniscalco. For tickets and info, go to LiveNation.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
It's exciting times once more in the city of brotherly love, and the Bush Auto Group is joining in on the action. With 2 Nissan dealerships in Exton and Limerick and an Infiniti dealership in Westchester, we have over 600 new and pre-owned vehicles waiting for your selection. And every single one of those vehicles comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to tackle the cost of vehicle ownership. A play so unstoppable they want to ban it, but they can't. So push that tush over to bushautogroup.com today, and remember, Philly rides with us.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You show us everything you've got. You keep on dancing and the rhythm gets hot. You drive us wild, we'll drive you crazy.
Welcome back in 850 Kayal and Company as we put a bow on the 8 o'clock hour. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you want to be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community and be a part of the show. Coming up 9 o'clock, we'll get to Dawn's Big Three. We've got Iran claiming responsibility as more escalating tensions following a massive explosion near a U.S. consulate. Also, reports out there that Russia and Putin eyeing Germany in 2025. We'll get to that. And what it all means big picture as it seems like we inch closer to World War III. But let me just wrap up the hour. We gave you some of the results this morning, obviously, for the Iowa caucuses, and then also the polling numbers that show Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis all beating Joe Biden in a hypothetical general election. And we also gave you the figures monetarily that was spent either by the candidates themselves or the allied super PACs that they are affiliated with, and how Trump spent the least of the three out there, actually the four, but obviously had the best results. But it's looking even worse for Joe Biden as his approval rating plummets to a POTUS 15-year low. That, according to the latest poll from ABC News, as Joe Biden's rating is the lowest on record now for a U.S. president in the last 15 years. His approval rating now sitting at 31%, according to a national survey produced by ABC. The poll found that 58% of respondents disapprove of the job Biden is doing as president. Makes you wonder, and this is always my counter, how can the 42% approve actually arrive at that conclusion? This also makes his approval rating worse than even former President Donald Trump's low in office, which was 36%, according to ABC News. So 5% lower than Trump's lowest mark. And it also marks the lowest since G.W. Bush and his administration in the mid-2000s, when I believe George W. Bush, he was, I want to say in 04 or 05, he was at rock bottom for his administration. And when we talk about the issues at hand in this ABC News poll, only 18% of Americans approve of Joe Biden's immigration policies at the border.
It's funny that you say that about Bush in 04 because that was the last time the GOP won the popular vote was in 2004.
That's a good point.
So to see the polls or his polling at that time being, you know, like you said, rock bottom, and then how that, you know, we know how that election turned out.
Yep.
It just shows you how nefarious polls are.
That's correct. And that's probably a year and a half, almost 2 years into, you know, Iraq and everything with, you know, going after and getting Saddam Hussein and then obviously Afghanistan. When it comes to the economy, only 13% of Americans saying they are better off financially since Joe took office.
Polls are only designed to change people's opinions. They're not there to. They don't reflect people's opinions.
It's like they must shape a narrative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're there not. It's not there to say, well, the majority of the country thinks this way. It's there to say, look at how the country thinks. You should think like this too.
Mm-hmm. And 26% of Americans, only 26%, approve of Joe's handling of the Israel-Hamas war, which could very well work against him come election time, because I would have thought that Joe would have far more support, but then again, we have seen the way the left has handled the lack of support for Israel and much more of the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian cause, most notably spearheaded by Squad Dems. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back, kick off the hour with a big three, and we have a big announcement locally in Philadelphia as one man is walking away from his profession. Dawn will have that and other things in the big three as we continue. Kayal and Company, live on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal Company. 9 o'clock, fourth and final hour is underway. Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in less than 20 minutes. Harry Mays at the bottom of the hour as the Eagles season thankfully comes to a close, at least in some people's eyes, as we witness a crashing and a burning unlike anything probably we have seen in, I don't know, maybe close to 50 or 60 years in Philadelphia sports. Busy morning with the Iowa caucus results coming in, media slants, media coverage on it, a lot of people with a lot of things to say, and also a lot of news going on with the weather, with traffic, with cancellations, closures, delays, and also people stepping aside from their chosen profession. So let's get to the news. We didn't have one in the 8 o'clock hour, but we have one now. It is time for a Dawn Stenzelin, the Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Yes, and the Big 3 at 9, sponsored this morning by our friends at Piazza Auto Group. So number one, I take you to, well, I'm going to take you to the Biden. Speaking of work, we'll talk a lot. We'll have a work theme, right?
Yeah.
So under the umbrella of right to work. So, by the way, as far as work and school, Philadelphia courts closed today due to the snow. Good day for criminals, or maybe not so much for justice, but courts closed. By the way, Philadelphia schools are open if you can go, if you can make it, but the courts, not so much. They're closed.
Isn't every day a good day for crime in Philly? I mean, the courts, even when they're open, they don't do anything with it?
Oh, my goodness. So cases are being rescheduled, and they're putting that out. The city's criminal, family, and civil courts, all offices within them, all shut down, expected to reopen tomorrow. And obviously, thousands of school children are home for a snow day or at least delayed. The Biden administration's new rule, carrying a lot of weight with independent contractors and the companies that hire them, we need to have this on our radar. The U.S. Department of Labor has released, that long-anticipated quote-unquote final rule. So it takes effect actually in March 11th. But in this one, remember, Trump changed during the Trump administration. They changed some of the rules as far as what defines an independent contractor.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to get this on our radar and talk about this, because I want to think about this. During the pandemic, the number of independent workers in the United States increased, nearly doubled, to 31.9 million independent workers.
I got to imagine that was because of layoffs or people losing their job because of the pandemic and then kind of going out and doing their own thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the Biden administration. They are saying they are redefining what an independent worker looks like, claiming, they have to get minimum wage, et cetera, and this is to make sure they're taxed and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you already have National Federation of Independent Businesses, U.S. Chamber of Commerce publicly stating their opposition to the new Biden rule. But think about it, this does affect 31.9 million Americans.
Yeah. It impacts your bottom line if you are doing this as your main source of income or as a side hustle.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So speaking of work, who wants to work, who wants to retire, we want to get to number 2, which is 6-time All-Pro future Hall of Famer center, our favorite guy, Jason Kelce. We love you, Jason Kelce, telling his Eagles teammates last night in the post-game locker room that he is planning to retire.
How about that?
It's official.
Yeah. I think the writing was on the wall. I think he stuck around for one more go-around. So I'm not surprised. But I would say probably a first ballot Hall of Famer for sure.
Yeah.
Over under on how long it takes for him to become a host on WIP.
Well, Rod probably has the contract drawn up already. They'll be announcing that later on Thursday. I'm joking. Maybe not. I have no idea. But look, there's no doubt about it. He will be sought after for a media position, whether it's locally or nationally, TV or a podcast. Yeah. The Kelce's, they can't get away from, Travis more than Jason, but.
Wait a minute. Jason is the star of their podcast, though.
Yeah.
I think
Travis is just more recognizable because of, the Swift thing.
Okay. But Jason, I think, carries it with his personality and his, his smarts. Mm-hmm. So I know I'm biased here, but I think everybody would.
I could see Jason Kelce ending up on the NFL Network or something like that for sure.
Yeah, he can write his own ticket.
Yeah, a lot of these guys get these nice. I mean, he's not going to get Tony Romo money, because quarterbacks.
Why not?
Well, because come on, Dallas quarterback, versus the fat guy with a beard from the Eagles. Yeah, it's a little different cachet, a little different look, a little cosmetic difference.
Okay, I'm going to push back on that.
Now, here we go.
So for Tony, I will say he is better at analysis than he is as a person. He's not he's not the better person. Let's just put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jason Kelce has the whole package. He's funny. He is smart.
Yeah.
He just brings it. And he was named sexiest man. Wasn't he on the sexiest man? Because women love him too.
Yeah.
Because of the dedicated dad and husband he is.
Oh, there's a lot of attractive features to Jason Kelce. I can see why a lot of women. Yeah,
that's right.
He's the everyman. I would say one of the 4 most beloved Eagles of my lifetime.
We had that debate here months ago. I believe he is the most beloved Philadelphia athlete of all time.
Next to B-Doc for me, I would say.
I've got Reggie White, Brian Dawkins, and then Nick Foles and Jason Kelce. I think
that's a good list.
Those would be my 4.
So he's 36. I think we all knew it at the end of the game, 32-9, Buccaneers move on. But when he was so emotional and then waited for his family like that, I think we knew.
And by the way, still playing at a very, very high level. Like, he's not washed up by any stretch.
No, not at all.
So he could go another 2 or 3 if he wanted to.
Stupid calls with him. Oh, we're watching you with your footwork. Blah,
I
blah,
think
blah,
he just
blah,
got
blah.
tired of having Jalen right up his butt, to be honest. You get a lot of those tush pushes, and you're like, let me back up a little bit, pal. That's just me.
Number 3, I don't know. I'm just gonna go with. I'm gonna go with the Emmys because I feel badly for them in a way because the 75th annual Primetime Emmy Awards. Did anybody watch?
Was that Sunday or Monday night?
That was
last night.
No, I had no idea it was even on.
Succession, no shocker, huge winner.
Okay.
Remember when somebody called in and they said they loved the show The Bear? Did you say that, Greg? I know people were calling in.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet, but man, huge awards for them. Best Actor winner, Kieran Culkin. Macaulay's brother, right? Is that my saying?
Yes, for Succession.
Choking up on stage as he thanked his mom while he accepted the award, then called out his wife, which I thought was pretty cute, his wife, Jazz Charton, because they have 2 young daughters, and he was basically saying, I want more kids, which was really cute.
Kieran Culkin is Fuller from Home Alone. That's Macaulay Culkin's younger brother, but he played the little dweeb Fuller with the Pepsi and the glasses in Home Alone.
Oh, he did.
Yes,
and he's on Succession. He's so good in Succession.
Now, I've never seen that, and that's a violation
so
on
good.
my part. Does he at least sound like a grown man, or does he sound like Macaulay? Remember we played the clip of Macaulay Culkin, who sounded like he was 6 years old a couple of weeks ago on the show when he accepted that Hollywood Star Walk or whatever it was.
Yeah, I did. You know what? Until somebody pointed out, I didn't know that he was the brother.
Okay, I didn't either. Believe it or not. For the longest time.
He's an incredible actor.
Yeah.
He was the best part of Succession, in my opinion.
Who hosted the Emmys last night? As somebody that didn't even know the Emmys were on, do we know who the host was? Any snide political remarks made?
Anderson, Andy Anderson, something Anderson.
Anderson Cooper?
No.
Anderson Silva. Name your best Anderson. I have no idea.
Anthony Anderson, I think.
Oh, okay. He was the cop in Law and Order too. At the end of Law and Order. All right.
The best part last night, and this will hit home for you and I, Nick. Maybe nobody else, but I don't care. Christina Applegate came up to
Kelly Bundy
accept an award.
Yes, talk to her
and she has she's battling MS, so she comes up with a cane, and she actually had a very funny line. I'm just going to play for you like 90 seconds of it. This is Christina Applegate accepting an award for Best Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series last night. Here she was.
You're totally shaming me with disability by standing up. It's fine. Okay. Body, not by Ozempic. Okay, let's go. Some of you may know me as Kelly Bundy from Married with Children.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. We don't have to applaud every time I do something. Or Samantha from Samantha Who, or probably maybe my last job from Jen Harding from Dead to Me.
It's a great show, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
But very few of you probably know me from that debut. I'm gonna cry more than I've been crying. Baby Bert Grizzle on Days of Our Lives. It was really a breakout role. Is there a picture? Oh, look at that! Look at that. I think I've been canceled. Anyway.
There we go. There
wow.
was Christina Applegate last night.
God, she's still the same delivery, the same sound. It still sounds like a sarcastic Kelly Bundy from 1990.
Great attitude she has, for a pretty horrific diagnosis.
God, I didn't know that.
She battled breast cancer too. Oh. Like she's had a tough go at it for a while.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Emma, multiple sclerosis is so treatable.
Yeah.
I think of Emmons Roofing. I mean, that's Steph Kelly has MS. But for some people who don't have all of those other complications, you can take medication. It's very livable and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
For her, I mean, to Greg's point, she has just been through it.
Yeah.
Just waves of horrific other medical problems, and now MS on top of it. Gosh.
Terrible. How did she look up on the stage? You said she had a cane. Does it look like? Can you tell?
Yeah. She's having trouble getting around, walking. But I mean, it's for her to be out there and have such a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
It was cool to see.
I didn't even know she was still active in Hollywood as far as like in roles.
That show that she won the Best Supporting Actress in a comedy, Dead to Me, is fantastic if you haven't seen it. It is fantastic.
Right.
It's like old school Christina Applegate where she says the F word every other word.
Yeah.
It's great.
Love it.
Yeah, I don't know what it's on. It's on one of the streaming things. It might be Netflix. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, with you speaking of streaming, with you guys out yesterday, we got the numbers in the 9 o'clock hour. Peacock got 23 million subscribers or viewers for that wild card game Saturday.
It's going to be the death of the NFL. Come on.
Highest stream game by 8 million views.
They know exactly what they're doing. It was a brilliant move.
Yeah.
You couldn't watch that first game on Saturday. I forget. I'm blanking now on what the first game was. The Houston. Yeah. You couldn't watch that without the Peacock logo at the bottom and saying, "Hey, if you want to see this game,
Right.
Peacock."
Right. And it is kind of hard to watch one game and then if you have nothing else to do, not watch the second game.
I know.
Right? Like
Exactly.
so they build it in perfectly.
Yeah.
Jerks.
Well, from Christina Applegate, we go to thank our sponsor, Piazza Auto Group. Start the new year off with special 4.9% financing for 72 months on a brand new 2024 Volkswagen Atlas, Atlas Cross Sport, Tiguan, and Taos. Just visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne, or you can always shop online, piazzavw.com. That's Piazza, Piazza Auto Group. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:15 Tuesday morning, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 5 minutes. So let's try to make sense of the escalating tensions here that we are seeing globally, where it really feels, and it took two big plot twists and turns yesterday towards what many people think at some point, either in 2024 or in 2025, we will have World War III. So we have Russia and Ukraine going on. That's coming up on the 2-year anniversary. No end in sight. Money keeps being poured out in the defense of Ukraine. Zelensky shows up, grabs the bag, he leaves, wears his grungy green sweatshirt. Israel, Hamas, we are 3.5 months into that since October 7th. We have heard that Xi, it's not a matter of if, but when he will take Taiwan. Joe Biden over the weekend basically did not denounce China and Xi for their goals and aspirations. And now we have our own troops and Americans being attacked in Syria, in Iraq. And then yesterday, Iran claims responsibility after a massive explosion reported near the U.S. consulate in Iraq. They immediately took credit for that, as that happened in close proximity to the consulate in, I believe it's Erbil, Iraq, Erbil. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps immediately claimed responsibility for the attack, asserting that they targeted and destroyed what they claimed to be the Mossad headquarters in Erbil. Mossad is Israel's national intelligence agency. This, as if this was not enough, the Daily Mail, with a story yesterday, leaked documents say and show that Germany is preparing for Putin and an attack against NATO in 2025, as these leaked secret plans reveal step by step how Russia will escalate conflict to all-out war in a matter of 18 months. So, which I, on a side note, I find fascinating. Russia has struggled and shown their weakness against Ukraine, a lot of which because, we have aided Ukraine so many different ways, so many different times. But they're going to try to go from taking over what they're doing with Ukraine to going after Germany. And Germany is preparing to have well over 200,000 soldiers at their disposal to fight this, potential invasion coming up in the spring. And then I saw a story, which this is a little wonky. I don't want to go deep dive on it, but I want to give you the 5 categories. Foreignpolicy.com has a story because we talked about warmongering and elections and, presidents historically getting reelected during wartime. But they talk about how elections influence U.S. wartime decisions. And it's not necessarily so much about strategy, but they say there are 5 different ways that U.S. elections can affect presidential wartime decision-making. You can delay, you can dampen, you can spur, you can hang over, or you can be the spoiler. Now, delay means postponing military action until an election takes place. Dampening means watering down strategic action until the vote. Spur is accelerating military activity to appear tough on defense ahead of an election. And then you have hangover and spoiler. It feels to me like Joe Biden and this administration feel like some sort of combination of the first 3 of delay, dampen, and spur. And you look at also North Korea and South Korea. I mean, it might never officially be labeled World War III, and I don't even know how you arrive at like the official branding of World War I, World War II, World War III. But how many more situations do we have to have? And look, the United States loves to be the police of the world. Joe Biden exudes weakness. None of this happened under Trump. It's all happening under Joe Biden. But when we talk about all these different conflicts, within the next year and a half, maybe even sooner, we could have 5 different wars going on in 3 different continents, including 7 to 8 different countries, where the United States is conceivably involved directly or indirectly in every single one. And I don't know what the agenda of the Biden administration is and which camp they technically would fall in here with this, political election war breakdown and classification of administrations and what the agenda is. But like when people say we are on the precipice of World War III, and I think I said this yesterday, and Tony made some good points about Iran. We are just itching, I think, as a country to go at it with Iran. And you saw this attack yesterday. They claimed immediate responsibility. Obviously, the connections to Hamas and the financing of certain things over the last 3.5 months, like it feels like a powder keg. And I'm not a hyperbole guy. I don't say things for shock and awe, even though I make some jokes. Like this feels like it's going to go to hell in a handbasket really soon. Like globally, no matter which way you look. And like I feel like that's on the verge of happening.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unrest. There's a lot of unrest everywhere, and you hear the drumbeats of war happening, and I thought it was going to happen with what happened on October 7th, as far as the U.S. involvement. But it hasn't. But if we if there is some sort of conflict with Iran, we have to respond to that.
Yep.
And it's not going to be pretty.
Nope.
So
it is not.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of when, not if. All right. 855-839-1210, 921 Tuesday morning. Let's give something away with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Explosive and implosive. Explosive is the kind of individual that you see screaming at the cashier for not taking their coupons. Implosive is the cashier who remains quiet day after day and finally shoots everyone in the store. You're the cashier.
No. I'm the guy hiding in the frozen food section, dialing 911, I swear.
I'm going to assign you an anger ally to help calm you down when you're losing it.
Chuck! Yeah! No, not Chuck. Give me Bobby Knight or the porno girls.
Hey, heard we're partnering up, huh?
Oh, yes, I heard.
Here's my number.
Oh, great. You're gonna die. Oops, that's a letter that I'm writing.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
That might be an easy one. I know what it is, and I think there was a little giveaway in the middle of that clip. And if you can identify that movie clip by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you will get a digital movie download for Next Goal Wins. Michael Fassbender stars in this hilarious and heartwarming feel-good underdog comedy.
Fassbender?
Fassbender. Fassbender. Screws fall out all the time, Bender. In this heartwarming, feel-good underdog comedy based on a true story by Academy Award filmmaker Taika Waititi. Taika Waititi.
There we go.
How about that?
Look at that.
10 times fast. Waititi. Score big by adding Next Goal Wins to your movie collection today. You can buy it on digital and own it on Blu-ray February 27th. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Harry Mays on this season that was for the Eagles and Jason Kelsey's retirement next on Kayal and Company.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there is no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. The great people at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, receive 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. You can also take advantage of Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans to get your project started with no money out of pocket. This offer's for a limited time only, so you must act quickly. If your home needs new windows or doors, call the expert at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my new podcast, Search Engine. On Search Engine, we tackle the kinds of questions that keep you up at night. Like, Why are drug dealers putting fentanyl in everything? Should we be worried that Elon Musk believes that we're living in a simulation? And, for the love of God, is it actually unsafe to drink the coffee on airplanes? On Search Engine, no question is too big and no question is too small. Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back in 9:30, Kayal and Company. Busy Tuesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we head until 10 o'clock. The Cut Sheet Part 3 coming up in a couple of minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Who on Twitter and YouTube? All still on the way. Harry Mays in the on-deck circle, and Jill is in Collingswood because she is our Morning Mystery Movie Clip winner. Jill, good morning. What clip did we just play for you a few minutes ago?
Good morning. That was anger management.
That is correct. Well, I actually attended anger management for 2 sessions about 20 years ago. It didn't go over well. Good stuff, though, Jill. Congratulations. You got the digital movie download for Next Goal Wins. Congratulations, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You are welcome. There you go. Jill in Collingswood, our winner. And now we welcome in the man who I think has more blood on his hands with the Eagles than Nick Sirianni personally. And we're here to break down another loss on the Eagles because that's what we do with Harry Mays. Good morning, Harry. How are you?
Good morning. I am taking a cue from Vivek, and I'm dropping out. I'm officially in hibernation. The football season is over. Get me to Augusta. That's the mantra.
You are officially suspending your campaign on Kayal and Company?
I'm suspending my campaign, and I'm taking all the donations.
Don't do it.
And I'm going to go to the islands.
I don't blame you. Save me a seat.
With Nick Sirianni, by the way, because I think he's out.
Okay, and I was gonna ask you 2 different ways. Would you personally move on from him, and what do you think the Eagles will do?
Well, I don't know what the Eagles will do. I would if I were Jeffrey Lurie because of what I witnessed over these past 8 weeks, 8-9 weeks, whatever it's been. They went 2-6, I think, since I started coming on this terrific radio program. And one of those wins was against the lowly Giants. And he's an offensive guy. And what you saw, now I know they were handicapped without A.J. Brown. And you go back and think, well, why was A.J. Brown playing against the Giants in a meaningless game? Because it was meaningless because you knew Dallas wasn't going to lose. Mm-hmm. So why risk, one of the biggest components of your offense? And it ended up coming back to bite him. He's, you're down A.J. Brown, so it really, shifted the way Tampa was going to defend you. They didn't run the ball like they did in Week 3 against Tampa. They ran it right down their throats in Week 3. If you remember, Swift had a tremendous football game.
Yep.
And they did none of that. They had nothing on offense, and that's his calling card. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I would move on from him. I don't know if the team quit on him, but you saw last night at halftime, the first 2 possessions in the second half, outside of a penalty on pass interference by Tampa, there were 2 3-and-outs.
Mm-hmm.
That team was dead.
They were.
Okay, and that for that reason, the offense has just gone. It's just disappeared.
Yep.
And also, you got to factor in, and this is where I think Jeffrey Lurie looks at this. He looks at who's available, and this is kind of a strange year where you've got. Bill Belichick is sitting out there.
Mike Vrabel.
Jeffrey Lurie's a New England guy. He could get his hands on, one of the greatest coaches in the history of the game.
Yeah.
And I just think he looks at that and I think he moves on. I just do, and I would, and I think he will too. That's just my gut.
All right.
I have no inside information.
Right. But one guy that is moving on is Jason Kelsey, moving on to retirement.
He's moving on to Canton, Ohio.
That's correct. 6-time Pro Bowler or 7-time Pro Bowler, 6-time All-Pro. Obviously, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, if we were down the hall doing sports, eventually the day is going to come up where it's, hey, where does Jason Kelsey rank in your most beloved Eagles list? I mean, I've got him right there in the wheelhouse with Reggie White and Brian Dawkins, and then probably – Nick Foles as the quarterback of a Super Bowl winning team. But it seems to me he's got to be on the short list of not only the most accomplished Eagles of all time, but the one that, the city related to the most as well.
No question about it. I mean, he's very high up on that list that you just, he's on the first page. I mean, he's, you just go back to that, the parade. I mean, who's going to forget? Nobody's ever going to forget the Mummers outfit and nobody likes us and we don't care. And I mean, hungry dogs run faster or whatever all the stuff was. It's the stuff you make movies out of. And who knows, maybe they will make a movie someday, but he's a definite Hall of Famer. He's going to be missed. It's kind of, at a crossroads with a bunch of these guys on this roster. I know Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham are still signed for next year. Both of them have about, $13 million in dead money on their contracts, 13-14 million. So I don't know if they restructure or if they're coming back at those numbers, but you're kind of at a crossroads, with this team that went to the Super Bowl and brought home a championship and went to another one.
I was just going to ask you that because you've got Kelsey retiring. Brandon Graham's been here since 2010. Remember, it was him and Earl Thomas, that debate, who's the better player. Fletcher Cox has been here for almost a dozen years. Lane Johnson's going on a decade or 11 years. It does feel like kind of the end of an era in many ways with this core nucleus that we've seen that actually started at the end of the Andy Reid regime.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, Lane Johnson was Chip Kelly's first draft pick.
Right.
In 2013, I think it was he 4th overall in the first round.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, 10, 11, 12 years with all these guys. And, Howie Roseman has a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw, the defensive backfield needs a total reboot, if you will. I know they've gotten some young players on that defensive front over the last couple of drafts. They've done pretty well with that. But they've got the back seven the back seven needs a whole reboot outside of Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Yeah, you're right.
And the offensive line, I mean, Lane Johnson, the record, when Lane Johnson doesn't play, they typically don't win. You're going to have to probably pick up another tackle here pretty soon. And I know they've plugged in. Juergens looks like a good player, and he'll probably move over to the center position. And they've got Dickerson, and they've got Mailata's still a young player, but they probably have to reboot the right side of that offensive line here before too long.
Closing moments with Harry Mays here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Let me just ask you one on Jalen Hurts. We always love talking about the quarterback. He had a monster year last year. They were on the doorstep of winning the Super Bowl. He gets the big contract. This year, new coordinators, injuries. The knee never looked like he was 100%. He's got the dislocated middle finger. You said the word reboot and reset. Do you think Jalen Hurts needs a reboot or a reset, or is that over the top and too harsh, and was this maybe just kind of a little bit of a regression from possibly a career year last year?
Yeah, it was a regression. There's no question about it, and I think maybe the changing coordinators had a lot to do with that. He needs good coaching. He needs to get back to utilizing his legs, which was a big part of the the whole skill set that he brings to the table. I mean, think about where this team would be if the NFL had outlawed the tush push before this season.
Yeah, right.
I mean, think about how many first downs. They didn't convert a third down last night.
Nope.
They were 0 for 9, and they went for the 2-point conversion when they got the penalty, and they couldn't push it in. I mean, if that wasn't indicative of the last 7 or 8 weeks of this season, I don't know what was. I mean, you can't even convert a tush push for a 1-yard 2-point conversion. The season is over.
You're right. And Stalker made a funny point, and it's true. If the Cowboys move on from McCarthy and the Eagles fire Sirianni, and right now we don't have any idea if they will or not, Washington already fired Rivera. The Giants, Stalker said this earlier, the Giants would be the only team in the division to retain their head coach in Brian Daboll, and they won, 5-6 games?
Yeah, exactly. One over the Eagles.
Yeah, exactly. And they could be in the Belichick sweepstakes, so who knows?
Right, and that's the other thing. I mean, I don't think there's any way McCarthy survives. So if you're thinking about making a move, I mean, you got to move now because one of these teams is going to interview one of these, Harbaugh. If Jim Harbaugh makes the move from Michigan to the NFL, Belichick's going to go somewhere.
Vrabel,
what's his name down in Vrabel. He's going to be a hot candidate too, and you got to move fast. There's a couple of hot coordinators in Houston and Detroit that are probably going to get jobs. So you got to make a move. If you're thinking about it, do it.
I agree. All right, Harry Mays, good stuff. We'll look forward to breaking down a victory, hopefully at some point in 2024 with you next year.
Terrific. Have a great week, folks.
All right, there he is, the great Harry Mays, breaking it down. Yeah, there's a possibility that Bill Belichick ends up in the NFC East.
Can you imagine?
That's going to be, if it's not in Philadelphia, it's going to be tough to stomach. Because he will win, I think.
His time has passed, so
he's not going to be there for long, but 2 or 3 years maybe.
Yeah.
All right, 9:40 Tuesday morning. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 7.
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. Guys, the elites are over in Davos. Did you know that?
Oh, they're getting ready to tell us how we have to live our life in 12 years?
For WEF, right?
Yep.
Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah,
WEF?
World Economic Forum. Big chartered flights. They're concerned
Don't
about
make
the
fun
climate.
of it.
An independent reporter saw John Kerry and his entourage on the street and asked him, "What's the carbon footprint of these events every single year that you and why do you come here?" All good questions. John Kerry had no time for it. I have no time for this peon talking to me. This is cut 23 here, Phil. Go.
What's the carbon footprint of these events every single year that you come here? Think it's worth it? No. Peasants pay for your crimes?
That's a stupid question.
Is it really? Is it more stupid than you traveling here to tell us? Please, sorry?
We're done. We are done now.
You can't grab me. You can't grab us. This is a free society, mate. We have freedom of the press. Why do you think you're more important? Your carbon footprint doesn't matter, but everybody else around the world
suggested that. Nobody ever suggested that. Don't make up stupid questions.
Being here suggests that.
Stupid question.
You being here every single year and doing this suggests that.
And I have done a huge amount.
Listen, now it's finished. Please.
Why can't I ask him questions? Who are you? Why are you trying to bully me out of us?
No, so please.
That doesn't. A lot of people say no to a lot of the policies and agendas he pushes. They don't get a choice, so why can't we ask him a question in a public space? Can you not touch me? Can you not touch me?
This is great.
She's grabbing the mic.
Yeah, you have to watch this video.
No, I'm happy.
WEFreports.com. Rebel News.
She's getting...
YouTube.com/@1210
So answer, we can walk nicely.
Your question.
What did you answer?
Please respect you
so much. Thank you so much.
I don't know. Sir.
Listen, that's all right. We're walking to the meeting.
Love the accent.
Okay, thanks.
You're a bunch of... Why are you working so hard to protect such a criminal? That's right, criminals. Why are you protecting criminals?
Look at her.
There you go.
I love that kind of reporting.
So do I.
I loved it
catches
when
them
Howard
off
Stern did it
guard.
with Stuttering
Yep.
John. Like, I love that type of reporting.
You put those idiots right on the spot.
It's hysterical.
Yep. You will own nothing and like it. You might end up eating bugs. You will become allergic to meat. And don't you dare question me or Taylor Swift for our carbon footprint.
But he's in a public space.
Yeah.
Yes.
He had a good point.
Yes.
Why can't I ask questions in a public space?
Yeah, Sid Weiss on YouTube. Get away, peasants. It's
Yes.
exactly.
No time
exactly
for
right.
this.
I have no time for this.
He was like the Muppets, like the grumpy
Yep.
guy in the balcony. Get away, stupid question.
What a stupid question. I just remember when Howard Stern used to send out Stuttering John to interview like Chevy Chase when he hated Chevy Chase, and Chevy Chase like wanted to punch. So it was hysterical.
Yeah, these elites, they don't like to be caught off guard.
I love it. I love it. We need more of that stuff. Anyway, Nikki Haley from her third place, I guess it's a win, but her third place placing in last night's Iowa caucus, they rolled out the red carpet for her on CBS Sunday morning, or CBS This Morning, excuse me, where she was interviewed by Gayle King. This is what she said to her about her placing in Iowa last night. This is cut 20. Do I have this here? Maybe I don't have it. I don't know. This is Nikki Haley.
Okay.
Convince some of Trump voters to vote for you. It's interesting. The latest poll shows yesterday 65% of the caucus voters still do not believe that Joe Biden legitimately won this election. How do you combat it when people just don't believe the facts? That no matter what you say, no matter what you do, he appears in many respects to be untouchable. How do you sway his voters to say, over here, guys, please listen to what we're saying?
I mean, look at the last New Hampshire poll, Gail. I mean, you can look at it. The reason we're getting people is because we're telling them the truth. That's what people want. They don't want any more political rhetoric. They just want the truth, and I've told them the hard truth. Look,
I'm wondering,
Governor,
Governor, do they really want the truth?
I was proud to serve in his administration.
Honestly, I'm wondering, do they want the truth? Because you give them the truth, but they still say, nope.
Can I ask a question? Why bother having her on if you're just going to interrupt her?
I'm a little surprised. I would expect them to interrupt, well, certainly Trump, but he wouldn't be on there in the first place. I would expect them to interrupt DeSantis. With the way they've been propping her up, I'm a little surprised that they are being so competitive. She couldn't even get the answer out.
Yeah. It's also telling, too, about the fact that they want her on the CBS morning show. I'm just going to leave that out there. Just a little bit more of this.
It's not legit.
Look, Americans do want the truth, but they want the truth about the things they care about. They want the truth about why inflation is high and what we're going to do about it. They want the truth about why only 31% of 8th graders in our country can read, and they want to know what we're going to do about it. They want the truth on why our border is open and what we're going to do to secure it once and for all. They want the truth on why we don't have law and order in this country anymore. And they want the truth on what we're going to do to prevent war. That's what they want. That's what I've heard in over 75 town halls. That's what the people of New Hampshire care about. No one's talking about the election of 2020. Everybody's talking about the election of 2024. And what they do know is they don't want a couple of 80-year-olds to be their choices. They want to see a new generational leader that's going to have new solutions, no vendettas, no vengeance, no drama, just someone that's going to go in there, fight for them, and give them results.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Look, that last part that she said, I think that's a great message for her.
In what portion?
The two 80-year-olds and nobody wants to hear bickering and vengeance and all that stuff. They just want people to get things done for them.
She's a fine one, though, to talk about peace over war. I will say that. And I tell you what, maybe it's just, not worth mentioning, or it's, the seventh most important thing she said, but it is kind of imperative. Only 31% of 8th graders can read. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Whether that's correct or not, even if it's off by a few points, it's pretty damn alarming.
It is very.
A third of 8th graders can read?
Well, it depends on the school district, but the numbers that came out again this year in Philadelphia, and especially cities like ours, it's devastating news.
By the way, it looks like she's in Concord, New Hampshire. I don't know if I have that correct or not, but she's in a diner or something, and it looks like there's about 10 people there.
Yeah.
So I
And speaking of diners, by the way, Fox News this morning with their the Fox and Friends show.
You're getting coffee, or you're getting caffeine one way or another.
I don't know. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right, we have to break.
Those are the things I see.
Yeah.
9:48. That'll do it for Cut Sheet Part 10. We'll come back, wrap it up with who on Twitter and YouTube today, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. 12 minutes out. Stay right there.
And Parks Casino is the #1 casino experience in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because Parks has it all. It's the only casino I ever recommend. As you know, 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, the best sports book on the entire East Coast, award-winning restaurants, New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night, and the best bands every weekend only at 360 Lounge. Plus, top headliners every single weekend at the 1,500-seat Excite Center at Parks Casino. World-class headliners like comedian Colin Jost from Saturday Night Live. Headlines February 16th and 17th. Band of Horses rocks Parks Casino February 10th. Comedian Nikki Glazer March 9th, and singer-songwriter Emmylou Harris March 22nd. So plus you get free parking, valet parking, electric vehicle charging stations for all guests. For all things Parks Casino, just visit parkscasino.com. PARX, Parks Casino and Sportsbook. This is how you win. You must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Dom to your Dono noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
9:53, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning, putting a bow on another show, The Dawn Show. That's 7 minutes out, and we find out what she has lined up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, so fresh off of the campaign trail, our own Kathy Barnett, locally, Montgomery County mom, wife, and also obviously ran for public office here in Pennsylvania, but then was named as a major person helping to run the Vivek Ramaswamy campaign. So she'll be here to talk about her experience, what we can expect. He obviously has suspended, as we've reported, suspended his campaign last night. But the experience, certainly, there's some great insights, and you want to hear what Kathy Barnett has to say. And then coming up in the 11 a.m. hour, I know we have a lot planned for the show, but 11 a.m., we'll talk to our friend Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith, National Police Association, reacting to some of the plans that are going on here in Philadelphia, as well as to the breaking news of a violent crime that happened on Temple's campus it's near Temple's campus this morning. So we'll break all of that down. And we're keeping track of the storm, the snow. We got it all.
All right. Dawn Show coming up in about 6 minutes as we wrap up a Tuesday with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Going YouTube first. I'm going to give it to E Flores 88. He calls John Kerry Lurch. That's what Rush Limbaugh used to call him. He says, "I've seen Lurch's house in Boston. Not a windmill or a solar panel in sight." Are you saying it's another hypocrite? How dare you?
Yep.
Who won Twitter?
And Twitter, I'm giving to Rich Notaro. He says, "Tell Greg Stocker the difference in drinking a cup of coffee over soda is about 15 teaspoons of sugar." I'm surprised Don Stenslin didn't jump all over that statement.
I know.
Sorry.
Rich is right.
Yeah.
I bring it.
All right. Well, there you go. Richard
all that high
Notaro.
fructose syrup.
I know. Yeah.
All right. Good win for Dick. Nice work out of him. All right. That'll do it for us on this Tuesday. We're back tomorrow at Wednesday. Tony Bruno at 8:30. The Dawn Show is next. Everybody have a great rest of your day. And as Senator John Fetterman would say...
Good night, everybody.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.